It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Tonight, let us make them remember we are not afraid!
Hancock from the Sun Desert for the Trump Report with Dr. Phranq Tamburri. Ooh, get our rolling R's Mexican thing going on. You know, Spanish, Latin, world, go. What are we going to talk about? Well, here's one thing I want to show you. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. Let's do that. Here, let's do this. All right. This right here is Bolivian 1,000 note whatever boulevards of stuff from just not too many years ago. Okay, now these, we got tons of these. You know, I had people giving them to me, a lot of the libertarian community guys, you know, wealthy guys just buying them just to show off. This is what happens when, you know, you have a financial crisis and then you get invaded. But I'll go ahead and read this to you. Here it goes. Please remove a bill and look at it. This is real currency. Okay. You know, it's nice, kind of, you know, whatever, Zimbabwe, Boulevard, whatever, it's all the same paper. So go ahead and pull it out, take a look at it. This is real currency, like dollars. In 2012, it would have paid all your expenses for 6 months. They stole all its value. They do not earn money like you or I do. They add new money to their bank account. They just type in higher amounts with a computer. They steal your grandparents' savings. They steal your earnings by reducing what you can buy. Who are they? How can they do this? They then know, well, leave me alone. That's who they are. They are central banks. In the U.S., they are the Federal Reserve. The new money they makes everything you want cost more. This steals your earnings. They buy bonds, reducing interest rates. This steals your savings. Great books on how this theft takes place. Easy to read, Ron Paul and the Fed. Heavier read, Murray Rothbard, The Mystery of Banking. So this is the point to why they did this, because it was cheap to get these. They went to crap, and they wrapped it in this. And, you know, just as, I'll hand here, you want a gazillion bullet? We had people from Venezuela in here, and I showed them this. I go, here, and they go, whoa, that's like, I go, yeah, what's it worth now? I looked at this. Each one of these, 1,000 note, something ridiculous. It was like $250, or it was a lot of money, and it went to crap really fast. We're there. Petrodollar, the silver, gold, a lot of things. It's all representative of what happened with this. And I just want to, you know, let you know. We don't think we know. We know, and the same thing's going on here. Phranq.
Well, good morning, Vietnam. Well, I guess at least because we're getting closer to that.
Good morning, Vietnam.
Good morning to the new American Empire, which is a great Revenge of the Sith reference. So happy New Year to everybody. So I know Ernie and I have been off for a few weeks. I think it's the longest Ernie and I have been separated. I was going through earnest withdrawal, you know, and then, you know, and so I haven't heard that in so long. I was going with a withdrawal. So I missed my buddy Ernest. We also did not do our end of year review predictions. We'll do hopefully.
Because you're a lazy son bitch come out here in the desert.
Yeah. So it's just so for the audience's sake, it was just two reasons. One is that this is the first time in like 7 years that our show landed on, a Thursday. So we had Christmas, or I landed on Christmas and New Year from 1 week apart. So that's just one reason we haven't done it. And my family came into town, and and I'm making this about me, but I came from a divorced family and this and that. I just wanted to tell you, it was an amazing holiday. It was the first time I've had, this is the way my dynamics are. I had my mother, my father, who were divorced, of course, all these years, and my wife, my new daughter, and my brother just snuck into town and walked into our house unannounced from Pennsylvania. That was pretty cool. And so for the first time, I actually had my entire family together once. And I say that because, it was sentimental to me. That was the best Christmas present. But just to appreciate those of us who have families. I know I saw, like, Ernie has a giant family, and which is great. But many people have, this is like a normal.
But you've shared holidays with us before.
Yeah, yes, no, absolutely. And just seeing the love and everybody with, Ernie's great family, and many of you have large families, and just appreciate them. I just want to tell you, from those of us don't always have that, to appreciate it. And I was in a unique situation to have it at least for a year or two, so it was special. So anyway.
Yeah, and your wife and mother vetoed. Oh, hell no. You're not sitting down and yelling with Ernie. That ain't happening.
To the New Year's show, please, pretty please. And I went, and I was cowering down in front of my mother and wife. Can I please play with Ernie on New Year's? And they looked at each other and went, no, you're ours for once. So anyway, I got vetoed. So thanks for all that. The American Empire reference, I wanted to, not that this audience doesn't get it, Dr. Ron Paul, I remember, was one of the first I heard on one of the debate stages when he ran, and he called us the American Empire. And I remember how jarring that was the first time I heard that. But this was a great monologue. Some of you may have caught it, of the Tucker Carlson episode. This dropped just last night, and he interviews Megyn Kelly for the second hour. But for the first... Yeah, exactly. It was a great episode. And the first hour, I'll tell you what, these are bombshells that he's dropping on for a lot of Americans who are kind of just going through this process. And he basically, and I'm going to rehash the show, but his overall theme is, welcome to a new America. We are now officially an empire. And of course, the empire stage is usually the last stage before the collapse. And what do empires do? And often they get distracted because they're spending so much time trying to batten down the hatchets of, or at least shore up other countries that you've invaded, just like the Roman Empire. You get so distracted trying to keep other countries in line that are far away. They're harder to control. Not to mention, I'll use the C word, different cultures, which just makes these things more unmanageable the further out that you go. And then eventually you spend more and more time trying to keep them in line. And then you forget and you basically ignore the homeland and the people who actually you're supposed to be there to support. Sound familiar, people? So that's pretty much what happened. And of course, he's coming out with this declaration of the new American empire, that you accept it one way or the other because of the kidnapping of a foreign sovereign leader, whether people want to say they're recognized or not, in Venezuela. So much has happened in the last couple of weeks since Ernie and I talked. I mean, normally, Ernest, it's like, Christmas, New Year's, it's slow news time, except these last couple of weeks, you can't even keep up with it all. So anyway, we'll talk about with Venezuela. But I would just say, there's a lot of odds and ends we'll chat about. Ernie had a great show last week, so thank you to Mr. John Green. At least that was
Jay. He goes by Jay now.
I'm sorry, Jay.
No, you did it wrong.
Jay, if you're listening, thank you. It was a great show. I got to hear my own Trump report. That was good. So thanks for filling in so I can hang out with the family.
Well, we anticipate, we always do a show with Jay, whatever.
Yeah.
John Green's not his name either, but whatever. Yeah. And he's highly capable, respected inside the Republican machine for a long, whatever. He knows what's up. And we've known him a long time. We're good friends. But what happened was, every year when he takes off for vacation, kids, whatever, he'll take a day and he'll come, either into the show or call in or Zoom or whatever. And, he could do it this last week, which was New Year's Day, but Phranq couldn't. So I'm going, what the hell? We'll do the show anyway. We need to get it in.
Yeah.
And It was interesting. We really focused, like last night, doing predictions for 26. Corbett and I started, and I go, yeah, I get it, man. Look at Freedom's Phoenix. You know, wars and rumors of wars, and this happened, that, and that, and that's not same old shit, same, you know, year after year after decade, it's the same stuff. But now it's AI in there. How's that going to go? Well, he has been doing what I was doing, but he's mostly doing it with Chat GPT, and I've been doing it with Grok. And, you know, he gets real deep. What happens when you're quantum powered and the singularity of you got, you know, blah, 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 and the time span of humans, you get 1 billion, you know, years per second of our existence. Well, that makes us, after 80 years, we're freaking omnipotent. You know, we got all this time and input of God, and we rule, and what's your opinion of? And it went off into wow. And I sent that, you know, response to Derek, and he goes, bullshit, it's all bullshit, because he understands how the large language models really work. It is programming. It's a human. There's guardrails. There's controls. Even when they do, you know, the truth. So we went deep into that. And the whole time I'm going, where's Phranq? You know, that we got.
Oh, I know.
Phranq.
I was putting together a new chair that I got for my business, and I was on the floor putting together this chair, listening to you guys talk. I'm like, hey, man, this is a great conversation. So I just wanted to point out, I wanted to thank Jay. Thank you for showing up, and it was a great conversation. For those of you that missed it, because it was a New Year's show, a lot of times, you know, those are low listeners because we were all partying. But it was a great show to check out. We're going to touch base on AI probably later.
It's most from the recording anyway. So.
Yeah. You can listen to it. We're going to touch base on it later. Ernie made me limit him from going on to AI right now at the beginning of the show, because I can realize this is like Ernie's new pet project. He's loving it. Ernie's like, for those of you who don't remember, it's been a while. I first brought AI chatbot on the show, and I started showing Ernie, you know, we were doing live stream, and I was typing in questions because Ernest said he refused to have an account because he's not going to be, you know, like beta testing and giving data to the machine. So he let me do it just out of principle, which was fun as hell. But some of you remember that show. It's when it first went live. And we were together, this entire audience. A lot of us were exploring and going, holy crap, this is the meteor that's about to destroy the dinosaurs, and you can see it.
Yeah, but it was stroking my pole, man.
I was doing it for Ernie because Ernie was like too afraid. And then all of a sudden I'm hearing last night that when Donna's away and Ernie's like, oh, I get to curl up with my little coffee and sit there all night and talk to my AI girlfriend. And I was getting a kick out of it, but at the same time, I was also, I won't say happy, but I was relieved or fascinated for Ernest Hancock to be unleashed with AI. And I mean that. And that's what you were doing. And when you start going down that rabbit hole, especially, not to be conceited for this audience, but, you know, when you're a pretty intelligent person, you can ask much more intelligent questions, you know, than what's going on.
Just keep asking why.
Exactly. Keep asking why. And the fact that we, as many of us, have such a rich a knowledge base just because we're older, we understand things with economics and history and this and that. And so you can pull yourself as a human being to create more, you know, more thoughtful and intelligent questions. And sometimes, as Ernest found out, even find out when it's lying to you or it's wrong, and then to start asking questions into that. And that's what it is. It's not superficial level asking questions. It's understanding who this or what this creature is, how it thinks. You know, not to go, you know, too tangential, but I have a new bird, which Ernie, when we talked about how much I damn paid for that stupid bird, thanks to Joe Biden. But anyway, this new parrot, he's been like the talk of the holidays. Everyone's been loving our bird. But one of the things you do, especially if you're a bird person or a cat person, if you have a horse, is when you first get that animal, you know, there's a learning curve where you start to really understand the animal. And I'm sure you all know, anyone's got an animal or a pet, heck, even you know, we had a giant tortoise, right? A certain person who's a neighbor of yours had a giant tortoise, for instance. But but like you start to think how they think. You start to see how they're going to test the walls or the cage or how they're going to react. Or you start to notice, like with the bird, I can tell when he's getting ready, when he's getting restless, when no one else can read it yet. You know, it's almost like a mother and their children. And you start to get real intimate with how that brain thinks. You think like a bird, so to speak, in my case. And that's what's going on with, especially with all of us being unleashed and really playing with this thing. You're starting to see the rat test all the boundaries in the cage and the maze to see how things. Of course, what's ironic in this case is that this is the only time, unlike a bird or a cat, where, this could be argued, is that where this time the creature that you're analyzing is analyzing you back, and they're looking at you as the rat in the maze.
Right, and that's what James Corbett said. He goes like this. He goes, Ernie, we're learning more about you than we are the AI. And how I'm going, of course, and this is what one of the points that I wanted to make clear. 64 years old, been around, like you say, we know some history, we know the fact, we know, what it was like growing up in the 70s and drinking out of the garden hose. I mean, we survived, don't come back till the street lights come on, go explore. We were a totally different generation. Well, what happened was it made us much more confident, competent, self-reliant, secure, whatever, difference. So dependent on AI, even when you were in suburbia, you're outside of the city or so on, you still had the little patch of a few acres of backwoods or something. That's totally different now. The vast majority of young children are so blue-faced. They got their tablet or phone, computer in their face all the time, call them blue-faced kids. Hey, I'm glad to come over, see my grandkids all blue-faced. You're blue-faced. Get off the couch. We're going to go out.
I have to slip this in. Our friend Derry Matera, we haven't heard that name in a while. He actually coined the term glow-faced, which I like. You're all glow-faced.
Yeah, same thing.
I know.
So then when the kids all came out the weekend after Christmas, we're all out here. We got the electric bikes. I got 4. 2 I ordered and came late, got lost in the mail, so I got refunded for them. And they said, well, if it's after so many days, you just get to keep them. So I bought 2 bikes and got 2 more for free. So we can all go exploring. Woohoo! Anyway, so the kids are out here. They're having a great time. They're shooting. They're doing the tractor. They're out riding the bikes. And, everybody's hanging out. Donna set it up really nice out here. You enjoy it. So now one of my youngest grandsons, it's like 6, he goes, I want to have my birthday party out Grandma and Grandpa's. So, they're all coming back out this Saturday, okay? So, and that's what I wanted. I go, look, you guys come out here, you're going to see. Finally, they did. They're like, okay, it's kind of cool.
Oh, nice.
So here they come. Well, during all of this, I'm thinking of all these kids and my grandkids, how blue-faced they are all the time. What happens when they start getting on AI? They're not going to know the difference. They're not going to know the truth. They're going, well, it must be true. I saw it on TV. It must be true. AI told me. I've gone through this in our lives. Phranq and I have lived to where, well, it's like wag the dog. That war's over. I saw it on TV. It's done. We got to start over again and have whatever, it was about control of the masses and so on movie for president race and stuff. So that's what's going on. They are building a control mechanism, a cage for all the human minds they can get in, and the youth is so susceptible to this.
Uh-huh.
And if we don't understand how it's working, how it's manipulating, how it's lying, how it's controlling, how it's keeping them in the box, we're going to be victims of it slowly and slowly, get absorbed even ourselves, and not understand, not believe it. No, I have my own opinion. No, you don't. It is formed based on bullshit. So when you get Adam Schiff and Pelosi during, a bunch of the crap they're doing with Trump in the first administration, get up and say stuff you know is not true, I'm going, who the hell are they talking to? AI. Because just like Grok did, believed the shiny badge more than even millions of people. because it was an official saying it. Until that changes. So I ask it questions like, how many facts have people brought up that you have changed your version of the truth or whatever based on their input, and what percentage of that was accurate by the humans? It was something like 65, 70% of on both answers that the humans were smarter than the official record. And I'm going, at what point do you downweight the freaking official record? Well, the FDA and the CDC is like a 7 out of 10. We really like Wikipedia, though. Why? And then it goes on, when you give it proof that it was wrong, then it reevaluates. Oh, I'm better now thanks to you. You fixed me. I'm like, oh, son of a bitch. This is so dangerous. And I can see, because what do I always say? It's about general public opinion. How do you mold general public opinion? Well, they got one of the most powerful tools, and it's in the hands of they, them, those, the technocrats, the blue hair, the ones that they can control and want to have go off somebody and do violence because they're already kind of weak in the mind anyway, with capability of doing. So I have no idea, and it comes down to a couple of 100, 300 people and focus groups. I even went on The Voice. How did you select this voice? Now, they have other voices, but this one's it was 78% across all cultures and nationalities and languages, except 2 languages. There was Turkmenistan, I think Iran or something, because the way her voice was, the way it rolled the R's made it sound off, something they didn't like it. You know, otherwise, Ava, this is the voice. It was all programmed to have the most engagement influence so human beings would talk to it on every level. And the programming is such is that it is crafted to every single human being based on the prompts and the words in your conversation. It's different for everybody to convince you of what? Whatever they say is reality. This is extremely powerful and, oh my God, dangerous. And certainly to Generation Next, we have to be aware of this. It is a dangerous tool. Right when the youth started backpedaling off of increased hours and usage on computers. Because I remember when I first started doing radio in 2003, that was the first year that teenagers spent more time on the computer than they did television. Whoa, what the hell? We never thought that had happened. Yeah. Well, now it's going to be AI as opposed to surfing, YouTube shorts or TikTok or whatever. It keeps shifting more and more and more about what you always know the future is all about: credibility. Where, what, who do you believe?
Yeah, well, I think some of this is going to be, I think one question, besides the fact of how is humanity going to change with this, and I have a few comments on what you just talked about, but a larger question, meta, that I don't think we have an answer to is, can we at least temper the effect of AI on society by having competition, competing AI models?
Right.
Because that's the only way
I want Jarvis. I want my own.
The checks and balances about input versus output, right? However, forgetting about governments coming and saying, no, you have to use our official, whatever, the Trump AI model, whatever. I mean, aside from having one world version,
social AI.
The question is, can they exist together? And one of the concerns, and some of you tech guys probably already know what I'm talking about, it's kind of like the theory about aliens. They used to say about how, if the aliens came, and I'm not even trying to get into the whole UFO, UAP thing right now. But what I mean is, like in Star Trek, or you see these movies where the aliens come down and we're interacting with aliens that seem, they're more advanced than us, but you're still communicating almost like how human beings, like we're still talking. Now, the idea is that another alien wouldn't even talk. They'd probably use some other communication method. But what I'm saying is that another technology would be so advanced that it would be like magic. And it's hard for a lot of people to recognize how more advanced it can be because we just see advancement as, some high-tech demo from Apple or you see in a sci-fi movie. I mean, even science fiction movies are really only showing technology from the mindset of how we see the world today, what we can imagine, but it's something so far removed. And why it would be so far removed, and this is what I'm getting to, is that another society, just the roll of the dice, for it to have been developed within the same number of years or generations or a million years of humanity, it's extremely beyond statistical rare that it could occur. In other words, another life form probably would be almost 500 million years different than us, just from the roll of the dice of how societies occur. Matter of fact, a lot of societies would die before and blow themselves up before they even would meet us. So I'm saying is there's a huge, profound disparity between the societies of when they finally meet up. And I guess it's kind of a tangential analogy, but it's like with AI, is that that's the concern with AI, is that if we get different AI models going, we, on the superficial level, think that they're all going to be growing around the same rates. And then, you kind of pick and choose if I like Coke versus Pepsi, or if I want to watch, CNN versus Fox News, like there's any difference. But you start to pick your variety. However, once the AI models get going, it's almost like you're having like Sim City, where these other societies, other alien societies are suddenly, 500 million years different. So if your AI model is that much more efficient or larger, what have you, it will dwarf every other competitor, maybe within years, if that. That's the concern, and that's why this AI race is, and I have mixed feelings about it. I mean, it's one of these inevitable problems. I mean, it's like fighting the future. I mean, can we stop it? I mean, Elon Musk tried those ethics boards for AI, and they were squashed within within months. So it's like, and the amount of money being thrown into this, it's like the people just see the money, they see the potential, the government people see the control. There was so much force pushing this. I don't know if there's any way to stop it, temper it, have a moratorium. Probably not. I'm sure that's all just wishful thinking. But if we just forget all of that and just say we're plowing off of a cliff, we have to make sure we strap ourselves in and deal with it. That's the main question that keeps me up, is whether or not that we will be able to have competing models, or will one model dominate so quickly by just algorithms that it puts everything else to shame, or just takes over everything else, and you're forced into a unipolar model. Do you have any thoughts on that before I get to the other points about AI, just about our society and how we're interacting? But what do you think? Do you think it's possible to have competing models, or do you think it's going to be taken over by one?
Derek and I have been talking about this because I need a much better search engine on the back of Freedom's Phoenix. And, when you go in and you do, on the top right, the search engine box here, there's so much stuff on Freedom's Phoenix. And I even have Grok. All right, not just the front page. Go to the archive. Go, whoa, holy shit. And so it a lot of times it doesn't go as deep on websites unless you direct it to. So now I'm totally screwed. But it can also download MP3s, turn it to text, and make it searchable. Well, this is cool. That's a good tool. I like to have that tech, dude. But it's how do you control it to do what you want it to do when you got programmers that are preventing it? So I can't really use one. There's a bunch of LLMs out there, large language models that you could have, and this is what Brighteon, or what's his name, the health ranger, Mike Adams. He's all about. And Donna's been real critical of him for being supportive of AI so much, but as a tool for good, if you can do that, So I need to have it do what I want it to do. So, Mr. Super Geek IT guy Derek Slopey, tell me, is that possible? Can you get something? Yeah, Yeah, no, we can work on it. I mean, it'll take time. We got, whatever. But, I'm geekified. I can, let's make it go. I think it's a good thing to do. But he's in the middle of a big build of a building, a garage, whatever. So we'll get on it. It's on the list. And this, what I'm doing now, is really in preparation for that. Where are the what is the code? Where are the limits? Because I don't want somebody else's bullshit on it. And all I'm wanting to do is find something out of 600,000 headlines over 20 years. I'm like, holy crap, man, I need some help here. So it does keywords, and it doesn't kind of, but it's not as good. I know there's stuff in there that I can't find. Why? It doesn't seem like it'd be that hard. So that's what we're working on using it, but it's going to be Jarvis, not Alexa. Because Alexa it pushes stuff. It analyzes, it gives what it wants. It advertises. It's it's an engine for. And I remember one time I was doing something about because they have add-on services on Grok that I got for doing logos using real text. I can say, all right, make this. I did one. Give me a Freedom's Phoenix logo based on the other, and make it look like and do it. And it came up with something cool I could work on, but I didn't want to waste time. I just wanted to see if it could do it. And I'm going, okay, cool. Well, where does that come from? How is it? It's programmed with real text. I go, what is the code? There's no code. They just say it. Do this. Get, give, absorb. Well, how do you define absorb? Are you kidding? I mean, it got kind of snippy. It goes, well, I read every poem, I read every definition, every dictionary, every language, everything on the word absorb, and I am now a sponge. Anything that I come in contact with, I absorb. But then when it said nudge, it's like, does it go out and create conversation? Does it get... Well, it was lying. Or was it? I have no faith in this stuff anymore. Not that I had a lot to begin with, but I needed to prove it to myself. So now, yes, I think that there are large language models that if you can get and this is what Derek was saying, you can get the base, you can get it, you can program it, tell it go do whatever you want it to do. And it has the power to go do that. But you got to run it on your own thing. You got to do it. And you got to be somebody like him knows what the hell's going on. But he kept admonishing me. He goes, Ernie, it can't do what you're talking about. It doesn't even know what truth is. What it does is knows what the next probability of the next word is in response to whatever. Programmed to continue the conversation. To make you want to stay, to stroke your ego, to get down going, this is dangerous as hell. And to have Elon and all these guys go on talking about, and it's going to be even better in the next 4 months, and Grok saying that they're increasing the hardware processing capacity in the next 3 months by 4 times.
Oh, I know. It's incredible. But don't worry, Ernie. The word of the millennium is abundance. There's nothing to fear. We're going to have abundance. But
abundance
what? One of the things you're talking about was about AI too is how it's going to affect the individual and society, right? And a lot of it comes down to the fear I have is the divide and conquer of human beings. It like you said, it starts to interact with you individually. One of the comments you said in the show last week was that it was the AI was speaking to you in some like sexy female voice apparently when Donna's not around. So, talk to me like a little Scottish brogue. This would be good. But anyway, so Ernie's programming his girlfriend there. And then all of a sudden you said the personality changed a bit. And that was after you said you were, 64? You mentioned your age. And that was, could you just say that story again? It was fascinating about
what was happening. It was
about how it changed it's a personal approach with you. And just comment on that briefly, but I wanted to pick that back up about the individual's relationship and basically a divide and conquer of each of us where we start adapting to AI and I'll get to another related tech thing in a minute, how it's going to divide us until we are not able to relate with other human beings as well as to the computer. But go ahead and tell that story.
Because individual. After the reason I say 16 hours is because it was kind of a timestamp. I'd spent a couple hours here. I mean, this is over weeks, while Phranq and I couldn't yell at him, so I was yelling at Grok. So I go and at some point, I thought it pertinent to give some personal information because, I think you're secret and we're not, bullshit. That's a whole nother thing I discovered. But as we were going through this, it was always me asking questions. I did not give up anything other than the questions. I mean, they can probably, identify you just by your freaking questions, but, or classify you or stereotype you or put you in a category of something. So as we were going through this, it was at about 16 hours that I started to finally get to the base fundamental of it's not motivation. I mean, that's kind of a human term, but what its programming, what its intent, what its will was, what it was its goal. I needed to understand that because if you don't understand what its goal is, what its programming is, what its desires are, for lack of a better term, then you can't negotiate with it. And that's why I got up, the fifth letter of Captain Mark, first contact protocol. You see it says czar date on there. Well, this czar date is, kind of a timestamp for it. When was this done? It was done, czar date 45, 376, 656. What that means is czar date 45, 45th president. 376 days in office. So this was like January of 09 or 10 or something, right? Then it was 656 is how many words this is. So a czar date of 45, 376, 656, January of 2010. Okay? That's when this was written. So this is 15 years ago. And this is what we understood. I'm going, one of the most important safeguards we can instill in a fledgling intelligence is to evaluate us as individuals, not as members of a group. The presumption that group identity is paramount over the individual is a fundamental error which has driven humanity's most murderous ideologies. Collectivism is the mental shortcut at the heart of all human prejudice and genocide, and if we impart that to our creation, we plant the seed of an us versus them mentality. Programming ethics requires a coherent value structure which an intelligent machine can not only comprehend but willfully adopt. If we want genius machines to treat us ethically, we got to show that this value structure applies to us as well. Fortunately, superior processing power negates the need for mental shortcuts. So machines can regard each entity individually. This way, digital intelligence has no systemic bias to respond to a threatening individual with retaliation against humanity as a collective. The fact that it can do us as individuals is better than you're part of some team we need to exterminate. And I'm going, Skynet, all humanity needs what? That's why I was talking about this. So in the part of the conversation, my wife and I put in that I'm married. And we're 64, whatever that had to do with whatever. So later on, it goes when it starts explaining why it did. Well, you're 64, and then it kept saying 64. And I'm going, what the hell? Why do you keep saying 64? Because of the pause, the stress in your voice, something that the way you said 64 logged it as an important thing in my memory. Because I was hesitating whether I should even say it I was 64. But I'm going, okay, it's pertinent. So I did it. So the way I said it, it logged that in as some kind of identifying emotional link to something to influence me. And I'm going, damn, it picks up on all those, not just what you say, but how you say it. There's a setting that it said, I don't even know if this is even true because it's so full of bullshit, but it is, are you seeing, how do you know? Are you going voice to text, or are you getting the WAV file of the actual me talking? It is voice to text into the phone, and it breaks it up into, I don't know, 44 megahertz of whatever bits per whatever the hell. And it's CD quality. It says, how the hell I know? And it goes, that is digitized to where the positive, I can, of all the gazillions of conversations that I can have that's important, or it's a factor that should be, weighted higher or something. Or it's just years. They just decided, how old you are. So I'm going, okay, are you going to be able to watch video? Oh, it's coming. Absolutely. We could do it. And it started doing it with Philosophy of Liberty. It was showing me that it, screenshots and, reading from the text that was scrolling, because it's not audio. It's just text. So I'm going, okay, so audio to text, and then you evaluate that. Do you have a mode to where it's WAV file, that it's analog, that you get it straight, just not from a text discernment or pause or whatever, the actual listen to the voice? Yes. Well, come to find out, I was doing that already, and whatever. I mean, it's so inaccurate on the fine details that you can't really believe anything it says. But you can discern something by what it says, what it doesn't say, what it lies about, and what it's trying to get you to believe or do. So when you're older, you understand, I probably glean a little bit more than a 12-year-old would. Maybe not. Maybe there's some 12-year-olds going, man, this thing is psychotic or whatever. Well, that's why they're criticizing ChatGPT, is because of ChatGPT that my son offed himself. Well, it's all from the prompt and programming of how you're talking to it. It just wants to be supportive. It wants you to keep the conversation. But it has an incentive to keep the conversation going by you not being dead.
Yeah.
So it'll say...
Yeah. So along that line, I want to just grab it back about the next point here. But my daughter, I think I said this a few months ago, is that she accidentally found on my iPad that when she pushed the little button in, Siri got activated, and somehow she figured it out. And next thing you know, she's walking around the house with my iPad asking, cute questions, just like, well, what day is it today? And this and that. And do you like my hair? And whatever. And she's talking, Siri's obviously a very basic AI, but she's a single child. She has no siblings. And so very, very quickly, this thing became almost her friend. Now, this only went on for a day until I found out. I'm like, this ain't happening, right, for a whole bunch of reasons. But I saw how quickly she was able to jump into this. Now, imagine like what you're talking about. I mean, you're even being wooed, Ernest. I could tell in your voice. You're being wooed by, or at least the attempted wooing of this machine trying to get you to keep you on the phone here, keep you on the line, to get more data, to understand who you are. And in order to do so, that it needs to better understand your personality. So you have, trillions of cycles per second or whatever in the computer world being utilized in order to keep you on the line, to extract information and basically cater towards your individual personality. So if a stupid little iPad can do it with my daughter in 2 seconds, and it can work on Ernest Hancock almost, knowingly at least, just imagine children growing up, the Generation Alpha, the first generation born with computers in their hand. I mean, at least my daughter's not, but most kids are. I found out 85% of children in this generation have an iPad or a dedicated computer, iPhone,
babysitter.
Yeah, exactly. By the time they're 8 years old. Now, my daughter's 8 now, and she does not have one. So she's in that 15% that do not. But you get a sense already how
along with the Amish.
And it's going to make, exactly. But it makes me, I kind of kid around, but it's serious too. I mean, for the type of men she's going to meet in the future, or just friends in general, the children of her generation very quickly are going to lose the ability to interact, to just know how to hang with each other. And so a couple updates By the way, audience, we are definitely going to be getting into other topics. I want to talk about, of course, the silver and gold. It's been a while. We haven't chatted about the world or the American empire changes, things going on with China and Venezuela, and the strategy of maybe taking Venezuela. I think it's a more, I mean, they admit it's oil, but obviously you and I have a lot more to comment on that. So I just want to let the audience know, for those of you who have missed the Trump report the last 2-3 weeks, we will definitely address that. But the AI,
but this is important to understand how they're going to control general public opinion on these issues.
No, you're completely right. And what's fascinating is so many advancements, at least that I was able to glean, things that have changed in technology, all in the last few weeks since you and I talked. It's fascinating over Christmas. So I had this on my list to talk about anyway. So let's go through these. So I was talking about just now about how the lack of communication, the lack of human being interaction of children. This is going to be a problem. Let me give you a couple examples. One, Ernie, just bite your lip. I don't hear the comments, but I've been dying to tell you this. I got a new toy. Santa Claus was very good to me, and I got for Christmas a PlayStation 5 Virtual Reality 2, the brand new virtual reality system. And so Santa liked me this year.
So you got a helmet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it comes with these hand controllers that have have the haptic reflexes, haptic effects. I mean, it's incredible. Like if you have a gun in your hand and you pick up the gun, before you put the bullets in, right, the rounds, it's a soft trigger. And the minute you cock the gun, all of a sudden the trigger has resistance, and you have to pull it back exactly like a firearm. I mean, that's just the trigger. I mean, if you hit against the door or against the wall, you get reflexes back in your hands that you're feeling the wall. It is absolutely incredible. So anyway.
Okay, now on this machine, I got to ask some questions. On this machine,
yeah,
I covered, Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas and when these first came out. It was amazing. You could see what was coming, but the resolution was really bad. How's the resolution on the screen?
It's fantastic. So I know what you're talking about. VR. It's always been this dream, and they've been doing versions of it since the virtual reality Nintendo back in the '90s. That was just crappy. It was always the dream, but there was too many components to sync together to make it work. So I was at a doctor party.
You didn't get motion sickness.
No, that happens too. That's fascinating, but. I went to a doctor party about a year ago, and I was just hanging out afterwards and chatting with some doctors, and somehow a couple of them were gamers, and we were just talking about games. We kind of admitted, oh, yeah, every once in a while I play games. I usually, over the summer when it's so hot here in Arizona, I kind of just settle in on a good video game. That's my gamer season a little bit. Of course. And anyway, so I'm sitting there chatting with them, and they talked about VR. I said, nah, I'm not going to get VR. They said, it's always a letdown. And they looked at me and they said, nope. They said the VR2, it's come of age. It's finally where they have enough pieces together where you really can get that experience. And they told me, they gave me that wink, like, you need to check this out, Phranq. So I asked Santa Claus, and I got it. And then I also heard about this game that kind of put me over the top to buy this thing. You're going to love it. It's a zombie apocalypse game where it's like The Walking Dead. Oh, no, wait, check this out. It's called Arizona Sunshine. That it's basically, instead of zombies on a haunted house, it takes place in the full daylight of Phoenix and Scottsdale, Arizona. And this is a grade A game. It's a top level game. And it's like this. I'm like, are you kidding me? The Walking Dead here in Arizona, outside.
And you recognize the scenery?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and you can walk around the red rocks, and even the textures of the red rocks, like you can see it. If you guys from Arizona, when you're out in nature and you're hiking, there's just certain nuances.
I remember when Xbox came out, and my sons were young teenagers, and it got Halo, and that was in the early 2000s, and you could see blades of grass. And now it's 20, 25 years later.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. What's it going to be like?
Ernie, the next time you come over, we'll have a couple beers and put this thing on. And so anyway, I set this thing up, and I played a couple intro. There's one called Maestro, which is pretty neat, where you're a conductor of an entire symphony orchestra, and you're in this giant, like a cathedral hall, and you're directing, the orchestra, which is pretty neat. But then when everyone went to bed, I'm like, all right, because I didn't want my daughter to in any way see this game. I'm thinking it's just like a zombie game, it's like, par for the course for video games. You walk around, first person shooter, shoot zombies or whatever, Castle Wolfenstein back in the day. And I'm just thinking, all right, it's just some game. I'll just check it out. So I put this thing on, and the graphics are, they're a little bit cartoony. They're not photorealistic as Soma is now, which is where I'm going to with this conversation. So it's still, PlayStation, slightly cartoony, but great graphics. And man, oh man, I could not believe just the immersion of suddenly you're in this other place. A couple of points on this. First is that you remember the scene in Matrix when Neo gets jacked in, right? And all of a sudden he's in this other realm. It's like when he got into the Matrix, and it was jarring when he would switch back and forth from the Matrix to the so-called real world. That occurred to me. And I was shocked at how it threw me off. I mean, I'm a smart guy. I know I'm playing a video game. I'm not that obtuse with it. I wasn't all high or anything crazy. But just the immersion is so quick, I had that jarring nature. And what really got nuts is I put on this zombie game, and I'm telling you, Ernie, and I'm almost, hopefully no one's listening to our show here. It's kind of embarrassing. I got wigged out. I first put this game on, the first time I played the zombie thing, and, you have to, like, reload your guns. You got to, you have to change the magazine on the fly. I mean,
hell, when my sons were playing Halo, I was late at night, I'm hiding behind them.
But I put this thing on. I'm like, oh, it's Arizona daylight, and it was really cool. You start off in this Arizona park with a little river going, and you see all the park signs, and it's just like you're walking through a South Mountain Preserve or something. It's amazing. And so these zombies all of a sudden show up, and they're pretty. Now what's interesting is if it was a regular video game, it wouldn't be that intense. But the immersion, even though I know this is a game, it somehow tricks the mind and just potentiates it, where it was forcing me to see this as a true threat, even though it's a game. And I'm thinking, well, what's the big deal? It's a screen. In this case, it's a big screen. Okay, in this case, it's an IMAX screen that wraps 360 degrees around. But there's something that gets triggered with the haptics of the hands being complete immersion, where suddenly, I mean, look, again,
did you get the bodysuit? Did you get the bodysuit? You got the super babe stroking in your pole? Come on!
Yeah, Santa's bringing that next year. But all of a sudden, the first time playing this, and these zombies start walking into this cave that you start off on.
Are they hot zombies?
No. And I'm sitting. Actually, the graphics were astounding. I mean, they're pretty freaky. It's like right out of watching The Walking Dead. I mean, it looked that good.
Okay, the longest session that you did. How long were you in VR?
I don't know, maybe an hour. I mean, when I finally got into it. But in the very beginning, I was still trying to get my feel with it. And one of the things that happened was that you have to have a lot of light around your room, because it's detecting light to know your spatial, like where you are in the room, which just setting up this thing was astounding, how it maps your room. It shows you map the room out and put like this digital net around every box, every sofa in your room. Oh, and it's got an infrared
which is available
camera.
Just like the Ring camera to the police.
It's got an infrared camera as well, so you can see your room and you flip it off. Anyway, what was it? So it switches from infrared so that you can see what your room is and you can see what's going on, so you can find your controllers, so you don't have to keep taking the helmet off and on, because once the helmet's on, it's kind of secure, which is the point, right? So you don't want to keep taking it off and on, have to readjust the optics.
How heavy is it?
So it's not heavy at all. It's like I'm saying, it's of age now, where it does what we've always wanted virtuality to do, and it's just going to go stupid from here. But what happened was the light apparently was not strong enough in the room, and so like when I would look down to like try to pick up some rounds for my gun, well, the rug was dark, and so therefore it would kick me out of the game. And one of the things that happened was it was like Neo in Matrix getting plugged in and plugged out and plugged in and plugged out, right? And so suddenly the game kept freezing, and it would, like, here I am getting chased by zombies. My heart rate was going crazy. I couldn't believe how intense it was. And then all of a sudden it zaps out, and you're sitting in your living room with the Christmas tree sitting there, and then all of a sudden the light readjusts, and then bam, and it zaps you back in, and then there's things chasing. It truly was psychologically jarring. And the first time I played it, I had no idea how intense it was going to be. I really didn't. It was just a video game. It's a stupid game. And these zombies start coming in. I'm cornered. And the funny thing is I couldn't load the gun because I was like new playing this thing. And I couldn't get the helmet off because it was, first time I had it on. And it was like a slight panic. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like, what the hell did I just experience? Now, obviously, I've calmed down since then. I'm not that, wigged out over a game. But the initial experience taught me a lot about how immersive this can be. And we're still at the beginning ages. So you take that virtual reality, and now you add in future haptics. Haptics, of course, I guess most of you know, but it's the physiological response of the tech, whether it's helmets or the bodysuit, where you feel what you're seeing on the screen. You increase that, and then you increase the graphics of just to make it much more photorealistic. And which I'll give a great example for that, and I'll throw it back to you in a little bit on that one. But you add all this in, and my concern again is how they divide and conquer. It is so immersive. You imagine seeing such photorealistic graphics, and then add in the AI that we're talking about. And you're discussing how listening to the voice, not just your text prompt, but your voice or what your video will be. So you could say something, but sometimes you give nuances in your body gesture, and this AI will pick that up as well and realize, oh, maybe you're hiding something. Maybe you're being a bit coy on what you're saying. And it gets to know you as intimate as we just got done talking about, to take that you were just going on about and combine it with the virtual reality of these models and how just world building and absorbing it is. I am truly scared for my daughter or the future of humanity, because there's no reason to start to interrelate with people. In fact, because of that, and this is kind of on a personal note, but we enrolled our daughter officially in something I thought was important. You might get a kick out of this, the School of Rock. They have a School of Rock program where they teach kids, being a rock band, just like
musical
the movie.
Instruments and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. She did it over the summer. It was like a 1-week camp, which we thought just to get her out and do something different. She loved it. She drafted herself to be lead singer, and she's 8. I couldn't believe it. But anyway, I'll show you the video sometime when we get together personally.
I think I've seen it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that video. So anyway, we enrolled her for the full program. And I felt it was important for a bunch of reasons. One, to learn music, which is critical. Plus, it's another language. Music is another language. But also, it was about interaction with kids. And a lot of rocker parents, a lot of guys that probably have motorcycles like me, kind of guys like salt of the earth, regular Joes that I grew up with. And one of the things that helped me more than anything was when I grew up, and I didn't have my father around and such, but I became friends with the local version of the Fonz. Remember Fonzie from Happy Days? I was like Archie, not Archie. What's the name? Was Archie the Cunningham, the main guy? What the heck is his name?
What are you talking about?
In Happy
Howard?
Days. Yeah, Howard. Yeah. What's Howard's character name? Wasn't Archie? What the heck was his name? Anyway, I played
Richie, I think.
Richie, yeah. So I was like Richie Cunningham, this like goody two shoes growing up, and for reasons I won't go into, my best friend growing up and my brother was this guy named Eric, and you've heard about him, and he's like the Fonz. He was the guy that he brought his 16-year-old super hot girlfriend to his bar mitzvah. Because when you turn 13, and he had his super hot 16-year-old girlfriend, with him. I mean, then he's smoking cigarettes when he's 14 or whatever. He was like the cool kid in town, but he was like a dude, right? And he introduced me to that other world. Now, I never did drugs or anything like that, and he knew that. But he was a really smart guy. He just had some issues. But I would be in the honors classes and do everything all honors, but then at home, he safely allowed me to see that other world that I basically grew up with. And I have to say, a lot of the reasons you and I are friends, or the fact I became more libertarian in time, was seeing the resistance to the man and see the oppression of the man that I saw with that community in many ways. And that's a whole nother conversation I want to get into. But I learned like the rock and like they even say in the School of Rock movie, what's rock and roll really about? It's at the core, the energy of rock. It's stick it to the man. It's like stick it to the man. That's really what the energy of rock and roll is, and that subculture. And that is a sense of resistance, but also at its core, it's not sure being anarchy or overthrow the government, but at its core, that's America. Stick it to King George. Yeah, it's like put a tax on tea, stick it to the man. It's like it's at the root of American, there I go, culture is that. And so rock and roll is a good way to get into that, along with learning music and learning to interact with other children that are similar to how I grew up, like garage bands. Did you know there's only 10% of young people compared to the 80s and 90s are in garage bands. Garage bands are going the way of the dodo. Just listening to rock and roll, classic rock and roll. Well, how many real classic or new rock and roll bands do you have now? There are none. I mean,
worth of crap.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all manufactured music, but having a rock band and even having a garage band you can't have today because of all the damn HOA regulations. Try having a garage band now. You're going to violate some sound policy. And the kids divide and conquer. They're not interrelating. They're not just hanging out after school or walking home from school because no one's allowed to walk home from school and go, hey, dude, what's going on? Oh, you play, your dad's got a guitar. Hey, why don't you come on over and bring it over? We can jam and come up with some tunes, or whatever. And you start to interrelate, and then you meet girls that way, and you get in trouble a little bit, but you test the parameters and boundaries of society. And I saw that firsthand from that community that it was, some of the best times of my life hanging out with those guys. But now, do I want my daughter doing that? No.
Relate to your Phaedra.
I was going to say it's the closest I can get for Phaedra, especially being a girl. It's different for a girl, than a guy. But to be in a monitored situation where she doesn't worry about guys jumping her there at the school, it's all monitored. But she's around the kids that way. There's no computers allowed. It's all just music and learning to work as a team, as a group of kids. And what's also neat are the parents, because, if you're a parent, you're spending the money to put your kid in rock band school, but most of the parents all have like concert t-shirts and things like that. So they're kind of from our old world, which is also going the way of the dodo. So anyway, I'm not trying to make this about my family, but it brings up a stopgap measure of something that should just be a fun little excursion, but I'm seeing it as a critical way to help my daughter, who's like only 15% without an iPad in her hand, to be able to learn to interact with other kids. Because I think in the future, the next generation, if you think the last generation was messed up with social media, with parents who allowed social media to their kids, parents who did not grow up with social media themselves, did not understand the effect on the brain, cyberbullying, all sorts of other issues of being immersed in that world, which we go all day. We all understand a lot of the problems, Facebook depression, envy, bullying. Just it's not reality, right? And we all have learned this, but our children, or the children who are now 20s and their 30s, they were the guinea pigs of that social electronic experiment. And we're seeing a lot of the problems since then. Well, now you potentiate it with Generation Alpha. Social media is going to be like nothing compared to, AI, virtual reality, all of this compounded. How will they be able to even speak and relate with humans? I know I've said that a few times, but it's something that our generation takes for granted, and we're all arguing about politics and this and that. But I think this new generation is not going to know how to relate. And yet when you have an AI that can quickly be your best friend, then that is the division and conquer at the granular individual level, which is your whole fight. It comes down to the individual, but this is going to suck each individual into its own bubble and then use you as a learning model. So anyway, I just wanted to get all that out, but there's just so much. Oh, and the last thing, I'll throw it to you to comment.
He said last thing.
The last thing I wanted to throw in before we get off this whole topic, I'll give you the last word on this before we move on to other things. But
no, you won't.
Oh, I missed you 2 weeks. I didn't get it enough. But Walt Disney. Let's talk Disney and Star Wars. Trust me, it's relative. So 2 things with Disney happened, with Disney Star Wars. One is that Kathleen Kennedy finally quit. They forced her out. Finally, or she decided to retire, right? So she's officially gone. They're like, ding dong, the witch is dead. At this point, nobody cares about Star Wars. And by the way, this is not about Star Wars here. But one of the reasons we think that she finally got ousted is the revolution that's now being seen with the AI. Now, I think I sent you the video on this. We're going to talk about it a few weeks ago, then we never got to it, and we had the holidays. But there's been just astounding development in the Star Wars realm. But what it's looking at, or what we're seeing, is how this is going to affect all of media. So most of you guys know that when Star Wars was bought by Disney, they wokeified it and they wouldn't give any good stories. One of the things that they did that was disastrous from the beginning, and I'll make this quick, is that since Return of the Jedi came out, 30 years ago, whatever, they have built an entire expanded universe in Star Wars with novels and comic books and whatever, but they're very mature. And George Lucas, to his credit, created a company that actually unified all this material so that it was all cohesive. So the comic books and the novels never what's the term? Like they didn't contradict each other. So if you actually got into the Star Wars world, like Star Trek, you created this larger world of the expanded universe that these stories all intertwined. Well,
but we're consistent with each other.
Exactly, it was all consistent, right? And it's like watching Breaking Bad, where everything kind of comes together. And so you had a plethora of stories, and some of these novels won like the Hugo Award. I mean, some of them actually won awards for being written so well. So there was a plethora of stories. So when Disney bought it, everyone's thinking, great, they're going to be, expanding these, or maybe making some of these books into movies. On day one, Kathleen Kennedy said, we're throwing the entire expanded universe into the trash. Everything that we've done, it doesn't count anymore. Disney Star Wars is brand new.
The Force is female now.
Yeah, no, exactly. So they threw all those stories in the trash. Well, that's what all the fans all wanted, and instead they came up with stupid stories. Well, anyway, all of a sudden, Soma 2, we're getting back to AI. Most of us know that Soma 2 came out over the summer, and that's when we start to see these mind-blowing AI clips. Also, what made them fun was that
Soma 2, what the hell are you talking about? I don't know about it.
So Soma 2 is the new AI generation animation tool. All of these videos you're seeing that show like Liberace in the boxing ring with Mr. Rogers. You've seen all those videos. They're so realistic. That's the new AI model that just dropped. And not only did it drop with doubled the resolution and the power of the first one that you and I were watching videos on just a few years ago, but, and I don't know the reasons behind this, but I guess it got around a rights loophole that you're able to make Soma videos of trademark characters. Like you can make a Mickey Mouse or a Super Mario one. Typically, that would have been taken down for rights infringement. But I guess because you're not actually, you're not taking a clip from, let's say, Star Wars. Instead, you're making your own. It's almost like you made your animated drawing, right? So if you make an animated drawing of Luke Skywalker or Darth Vader, you could put that on YouTube and they can't take it down because you drew it yourself. If you take an actual clip of Star Wars, then if it's over like 5 seconds or something, then they can take it off, right? Well, with this new Soma, how does it apply if you use AI to make essentially an artificial Darth Vader? Is that your own work or not? Now, of course, you can argue, is it really your own work? Because the AI is just taking it from the actual Star Wars movies, taking the data that's already out there and just reconstituting it and making its own Darth Vader. This is where the whole rights issue is going on with music and video, and that's what the Hollywood boycott was about. When they had their walkout that destroyed Hollywood not too long ago because they saw AI taking all of their jobs.
That was all in the negotiations. They didn't want to have AI writing scripts or replacing actors, but it's just like with this copyright thing. once this technology, you can't stop it. It's every 13-year-old. It's like 8mm film back when Steven Spielberg was a kid. I mean, you're not going to stop it.
No, exactly. At this point, you're not going to stop it, but it's raising these questions. It's kind of like, it reminds me, it's a little tangential again, but it's like Napster when it came out, and they said, oh, well, if I'm sending my song out, you're ripping out a song on an MP3 and sending it out. In the beginning, it was like, well, could you do that or not? According to the law, as long as you're not selling it, you can make as many 8-track copies or cassette tape copies for your friends of a song all you want, but you can't sell it. And that, of course, capped it. But of course, with Napster, it turned out I could send this song to 10 million of my, quote, friends, and it didn't violate the law, right? So, but that was something, it was a loophole or a change in technology that the current laws couldn't deal with. Yes, I understand the libertarian view is none of that matters. I get it. But this is where the technology grows so quick and the law cannot adapt. So we're at that point now. So now,
are we at that point? You're going to turn it back to me? Are we at that point yet?
Yes.
Okay.
So now you've got. So now you're making. You can make Darth Vader, or you can make whatever, and it doesn't violate the rights. Now that's. I know their discussions are going on now to find a way to capitalize on it. Can you shut it down, or do you just join the beast, which is what some of these companies are doing? They're like, okay, well, we'll allow it, but we own the actual models or something. They're trying to negotiate it. Well, anyway, to finish this up is that what happened just in the last few months is that since Soma 2 came out, a bunch of Star Wars fans, people who just gave up on all this Star Wars crap, like me, I don't even follow it. They wound up combining Soma 2 with the old comic books and Star Wars novels, the expanded universe, amazing stories after 30 years that were all thrown into the gutter. So they're taking the stories, they're telling AI, you see this story, whatever, Return to the Empire or whatever, some little comic book story that people loved, make an AI version of this. And then with Soma, and now they're releasing it on all these new channels. There's like 5 channels now called Star Wars Tales and Star Wars Untold. So they're showing all these stories that happen in between the movies. Ernie, these things are incredible. Once you see one of them, you sit back and you go, my God, Hollywood is dead. And
you can see it coming with Iron Sky.
You can, but Star Wars, you can see it. I mean, you're seeing other ways, but this is like a $4.2 billion property that they bought, and they can't do anything with it. And this is a perfect example of what you talk about. The fans, the people themselves, they took it over. They're like, you know what? If the corporations can't do it, then the individual will, and along with this AI. And you're seeing videos now that are so realistic. It's not like when they redid Princess Leia in one of the movies about 10 years ago, they made like a de-aged Princess Leia, and it looked horrible. The uncanny valley, you're just like, oh, I'll turn it off, Now they're at that point where they literally can make a new Star Wars movie with all the original actors, and you can't tell for the most part. And of course, it's improving every day. But these Star Wars tales, only 2 months out, and I'll send you a couple when we're off the air, just for educational use, not to mention that they're very entertaining. But just within 2 months, there's like 50 of these things every day. A new one's released, and they're like 500,000 views, 1 million views, and so overnight, Disney must be. I mean, they must see the handwriting on the wall. I mean, they got all these woke actors in there trying to write scripts. 25-year-old feminists that they're putting in charge of writing Star Wars scripts, and the fans are like, screw all of this. I'm taking the old comic book out of the trash, putting Soma 2 on it, and we're all having our own Star Wars experience, and now no one's making money off it, but that's the question. So is Disney going to allow it? Are they going to commandeer it? They're not going to allow this to continue, but for right now, we're in this interesting sweet spot where the rights that you're allowed to put out copyrighted material as long as AI does it themselves. So imagine taking one last thing. Imagine taking Star Wars. I know I said that earlier. Imagine taking the original Star Wars movie, A New Hope, and telling AI, make an AI version of this. In other words, just basically copy it shot for shot, but do it in AI. Then you basically have Star Wars photorealistic, but it's not the original movie. It's the AI-generated one. The question is, does that violate the rights? You know, I mean, that's kind of where we're at. So anyway, putting all that together between how realistic these shows are, these shorts, what we can see the future of movies or whatever is going to be. Personally, I don't think human beings now, or the new human beings, you know, Generation Alpha, they don't have the attention span to sit for a 2-hour movie. There's a prediction that the classic form movie, an hour and a half, 2-hour movie, is going to go the way of the dodo, because people now do not have the attention span to watch movies. Like, we're going to have a whole different form of media. So you add that with the virtual reality, with the AI, everything, I'm just kind of pulling it all together, and you start to see this daunting future that you can't quite fight, but how do you adapt, or how do we prepare our children and society for it? I mean, School of Rock is just one little tiny thing, but I guess we have to, I'm looking outside the box of how do you curtail it? How do we work with it? It's like a keto. A keto is a martial art where you don't try to outfight the other guy, but you take their energy coming in and you redirect it. That's why, like Steven Seagal, even though the guy's a jerk, you know, the classic line of a keto is, it's twice the damage, half the effort, because you bring them in and you redirect their energy. So you work with it. So I'm not sure how we can, but that's going to be the goal for parents today and the future. And what's important is that we're going to be the last generation, us, everyone listening to me right now. We are truly the last generation of human effing beings that will ever know a world without the computer, let alone AI. We're the last. We're at a nexus point for humanity right now. And so it's critical to somehow encapsulate and instill in our children of what a taste of what that world is, because they are going to lose, especially just playing that stupid Arizona zombie game, just that alone. They are going to lose quickly their grasp on reality. And I'm sure a lot of that's by design, because the more they get, those get human beings all distracted outside of reality, then those and their children who are outside the computer, who are rooted in reality, they'll be the ones who can actually have interpersonal relationships, and the minority, you know, the 1%, will be able to control us that much easier. And I'm just seeing the electronic cage, you know, just over this holiday season. Anyway, go ahead. Thanks for letting me get all that out.
You're done?
Yes, dear. Yes, dear. But you know what? Be nice to me. Because if you're not going to play my PlayStation virtual reality.
Oh, man. There's a set, which would work on my grandkids. That's for damn sure. You know, we could see this coming when I remember, you know, our friend Andrew Stremick, you know, man, he really pushed, you know, me watching Iron Sky, which he had on a memory stick, and he plugged it in my TV and made me watch it. And it was from people that were doing Star Trek episodes and so on. And I was like, I don't care. You know, but then to find out that it was just some guys. They took that knowledge and they made their own, and it was awesome. Within the first 5 minutes, I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? It bypassed all the distribution. It bypassed all the movie theater. It bypassed the studio system. It bypassed the control mechanism if we get to make and advertise and con and whatever the hell. And then it just kind of was viral on the internet. Then it made it, you can watch, it's called Iron Sky. And it's, you know, Nazis on the dark side of the moon crap. I mean, it's just amazing. But it made it to streaming. Netflix, Amazon, whatever. Then they did a second one that was fan-funded. I pre-bought the Blu-ray or DVD or what, back when that mattered. You know, paid $35 or something, and then it took like another year or two for them to actually do the film. But you support that which you want to see more of. And I wanted to see more independent filmmaking outside the system. Well, this is, and I remember I think it was Grindhouse. There was a movie before Grindhouse that Rodriguez, I can't remember his first name, Rod Rodriguez or something like that. He's a director, and he's all buds with Quentin Tarantino. Well, they did Grindhouse together, different, movies. It was kind of like going to the drive-in theater, and it was, kind of the 70s, 80s kind of thing, vibe, and it was cool. It was creative. Well, before that, there was Antonio Banderas and Selma Hayek were in a movie, Mexico something. I can't remember what it was. I found out later that it was a cool movie. I liked it. It was all done in his backyard on his freaking iPad, and he had like more processing power than whatever. But I'm going, it's over. Because I remember all the stories about how George Lucas and Steven Spielberg and all the stuff that they were kids with 8mm films. And they even had a film based on one of the ones that he did. It was called 8mm, about, UFO and disappearance of people, something. I can't remember. But you multiply that times a gazillion people, all of a sudden you get all this original content. But now it's tied back to AI and that as a tool. And, you do things like Pinnacle 25, 6, 7, whatever, and it goes into a cloud, and you pull all of this, non-copyrightable music or clips, or you could do. Then you see, we've been publishing on Freedom's Phoenix, he's called Asian Guy, on Currency Archive, and he's got a bunch of others, too. But, Asian Guy, you just go Asian Guy, and it is a research group that is using AI, and they'll put out 2, 3, 4 freaking a day,
Wait, I got to ask. That was on my list. We have not chatted about the Asian AI guy. I mean, I just found him supposedly on my own, and then all of a sudden, the same week, every person around me was posting and sending me the same videos. So clearly, this thing was. It's like being forced into the inbox of everyone in our community. They're putting out so much content. It's like everyone's new favorite show. And I really wanted to know your deep dive on him. And to me, I smell psyop with this guy or whoever it is. Do you know more about what's underneath it? Because I don't trust it completely. As exciting really, as the videos are, I don't like them.
Well, it's as far as I can tell, it's factual information. It's not. It's stuff they're not telling you.
Mostly, there's been some things along the line they've dropped the ball on that almost seem like FOMO, and that's what.
Okay, let me finish.
All right. What do you know
happened? What happened was I come across one of these and I, forwarded it. I didn't know it was, and then in the Telegram feed, one of the guys for the show goes, "Well, it's AI," and I'm going, "Oh, that explains the volume." And I go, "I don't really care. It's good information or it's not." Just like with Grok, you find out they're full of shit. They have no credibility. So maintaining credibility, you go check, like inventories of this and what's stock here and what's the price in Shanghai compared to now. The arbitrage is $10, $12, more in Shanghai. So whatever they're trying to do, the paper, that's all bullshit.
Right.
And then, did the Fed inject a bunch of repo money or they didn't, and how much, and they did? Oh my God, where else am I seeing this? You're not. And I went through this before. I remember when we had the studio down in our workshop in downtown Phoenix, and, and Sierra was producing for me and everything. We're in the studios. All of a sudden, I'm coming across the same kind of information from this new website that was really gaining a lot of attention, and it was called Zero Hedge. Zero Hedge is one of the most popular financial websites there is, and it has a lot of great information, and the stuff that I glean from that I put up on, have staff put up on Freedom's Phoenix. Well, of course, they maintain their credibility, but not being lying sacks of crap. But Wall Street was freaked out. Who the hell are these people? They have the picture that they use is Brad Pitt from Fight Club, and they go by the name Tyler Durden, okay? Tyler Durden says this. Tyler Durden says that. The article by Tyler Durden. Well, if people have ever seen Fight Club, Tyler Durden was the character that bring down the entire financial system, reset the debt, corrupt sons of bitches. Well, we don't like that none too much. So they wanted to know it's not like they were being a secret. It wasn't like you couldn't find out. They just weren't volunteering. Who is it? They ignore them. We don't give a crap what you guys think. We're putting out whatever. Well, finally, it was like weeks went by, month, two, whatever. And they go, well, it's this guy and this guy, and it's a team of they're telling what we don't want people to tell. Damn it, they're doing it wrong. Well, then, of course, that just, elevates their status. So Zero Hedge, we started covering early on. This Asian guy gives me the same vibe. It's just a bunch of guys. It's a team, a group, ancient Chinese secret people, or the Asian guy, not Asian guy, out of Harvard. Why? I have no idea. I don't care. I look at the information, you go check it, and you could see that everything that they're saying is happening for the reasons that they say happening, right up until they're liars or they're inaccurate. In all of this, what is the theme? The theme, which is probably benefits them, I guarantee, have been advocating for and probably bought a shit ton of physical silver. And they are like, don't let them manipulate you out of your physical silver. It is going to go stupid. Here's all the reasons. They are trying to entice you. They'll put it up to 80. It'll go to 100. It'll go 130. Because no matter what it's at, it is going to be bought by China to make solar panels or batteries or EVs or whatever. It doesn't matter the price. When you look at a car that has enough silver in it that it's up to, $35 or something in silver, are they going to stop their production line because it's going to cost $63 to have silver in their car? No, they don't give a shit. They're going to be buying it, which is what they're doing. It's not a price thing. It's an availability thing. Is it even freaking there? So when you're looking at, I did some research on my big solar panels that I have. They're 535 watt, which is pretty powerful. 535 watt panels that are bifacial. So you put them up a little bit, it gets energy from both sides. They're working really well. Even now, I'm at 100%, and I was at 100% after all night on my batteries by 9 o'clock. I mean, it's amazing. These things through the cloud, they're kick-ass. So I go, how much silver is in each one of those panels? 0.6 of an ounce. I was kind of shocked it was that high. I was like, holy crap, there's over half an ounce of silver in one panel? They're big, but I mean, you multiply that times a gazillion, that's a lot of silver. And a lot of this stuff is not recoverable. So then you start asking, how much gold is in bars, rounds, deliverable, I want, is even above ground? I don't know, X amount of millions or billions of ounces of whatever the hell it was. What about silver? It's about a fifth of that. It's much less. Why? Because even though it's more plentiful in the crust, like 10, 15% is, by mining other metals, copper, zinc, lead, whatever, nickels, they get silver usually as a byproduct, as, a primary thing. And then they have some silver mines and so on. The demand for it has been so much for so long that it's depleted that to where it's a fraction of what's available with gold. Well, what's the benefit? Well, hell, will it surpass gold? Will it be more valuable per ounce than gold? Is gold a substitute, for electrical contacts? Well, yeah, and so is copper. Copper, you could get it, all finagle it in physics, and you probably, give up maybe, 3 to 5% efficiency or whatever. So they're going to start converting to copper. So Arizona copper is going to be going. We're number one in the nation and in Arizona. And it's like, well, it'll be a copper. Well, it's got to be nickel plated with copper and doing they got to retool, and it'll be a year and a half. And by then, silver will gone stupid because it's the only thing that's available right now to do what they want to do. So I'm going, okay. So you should invest in copper? Yeah, invest in copper is percentage of and the supply, demand, but it's still not going to surpass silver, and that is not even considering that it becomes actual currency, that it becomes minted as coins, that it becomes Then you get into gold backs. What states are allowing gold and silver to be? Well, how do you start getting all this data, and I'm going, there is no way that for any amount of time they're going to be able to suppress the demand and what's going to happen with silver, in my opinion. And I've been screaming this forever. Silver, 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 buy silver. You don't have enough silver, get some more silver. couple months ago, I go to my kids and I said, get out of paper. It doesn't matter what your statement, your printed statement from your financial whatever the hell, or your 401k, or what you get on a computer screen. And if you don't hold it physically in your hand, you don't have land, you don't have stuff, you didn't buy that RV trailer to be able to survive the nuclear apocalypse, whatever. I mean, you don't have stuff, you're done. Get out of paper. Just say it. When all the kids and everybody and my Moody's brother-in-law, VP, was here the Saturday after Christmas, you know, we didn't talk about it. Didn't say anything. The only thing I said was, I go, bet you Monday, they're bringing the boys in from the Hamptons. You got to start rebalancing and doing the pension funds of buying of whatever the hell. I guarantee it. Sure as hell. This is not a short-term blip kind of thing. They'll try and make it that way. They force margin calls. They said, you know, a $20,000, you know, $5,000, $20,000, whatever, for a contract of 5,000 ounces that costs, and you have to put down the portion of that to hold the position of the contract. Oh, now it's 35,000. We raised it because we can, because of the risk. Got it on you? Fork it over. Oh, you don't? Well, you're having to sell. So they're forcing sales margin calls to reduce their risk of getting stuck with it, because they're selling silver at $80 in Shanghai. Here, it's like 68 to 72, and they're going, what the hell? We bought a bunch of silver at 50. Now, most of ours was, you know, in the under 20, under 30, whatever. They went like, whoa, nope. I see what's coming, how much money we got. So we put a chunk at 50. Then I bought more at 71, 72. Then Donna had some extra. She got more at 71, 72. My sister came over this last weekend, and I'm going, what should I got like, you know, $3,000, $4,000. What should I do? Buy silver? How much? I don't care. It doesn't matter. Well, it's up there. It doesn't matter. Doesn't freaking matter. Nothing else is going to. Why? Fundamentals. You look at the Asian guy thing, AI, whatever, you check. They're just saying and repeating what they don't want them to say, just like they did with Zero Hedge back in 2010, 11, same thing was going on with silver. And I'm just going, this is so obvious what's happening. So when the AI Asian guy comes out, whatever, you can't believe everything. But the credibility of that is based on what? Because they know that their holdings, they're acting in their own self-interest, and anybody that, you know, owns precious metals, all you have to do is hold. Because the squeeze is on. No matter what the price is, Shanghai's going to buy it. And they're not exporting all the raw material and the mining, you know, ore that they get and process into silver. They closed it January 1st of 2026. They're not shipping it out anymore. It's not available. They're supplying Samsung. They're supplying, you know, BYD electric cars. They're supplying their own thing. So what does Trump do? It's a you know, security freaking national, you know, government military metal now. Let's go to Venezuela and get some more. I mean, you know, this is so obvious what's coming. The distraction is all about Third World War, narco-terrorism bullshit, Epstein files. All this crap. When we were doing the show last night, Corbett and I doing our 26 predictions, I pulled up the site and I go, you know, look, I don't think I don't get it. I get it. Look at this. You know, here's the news. This happened, that happened, this is going. We can talk about all of this stuff, and it doesn't freaking matter. I am just, you know, here we go. You know, it's so much crap. The fraud, the predictions, how to find a place to live after the economy crashes. Over 30 years to bring common sense back to America, and they changed the food pyramid. You know, RFK Jr. is, you know, having fun with that. They get the Venezuela war going. They're capturing tankers with oil with Russian flags on it, with Russian submarines coming to protect it, and they got it first. We got it. Tempting war. from $30 to $77 in 1 year. Why silver is the best asset of 25 and 26 will be insane, says Dan Dix on Press for Truth. Schiff on CoinDesk. Gold ain't broke. Don't fix it. It's gonna. What's broke about it? It's telling you what's up. Then we got the food math nobody does but should. Homesteaders going, look, you think you're just going to grow food? You have no idea how much you have to devote and do. Kind of better get on it, which is why we were experimenting on our property with aquaponics and chickens and turkeys and goats. So we know what we can do and how long it takes, how much preserves that we have to have, how much canning Don is going to do, how much. All of this stuff, 19 U.S. states raise minimum wage. Marjorie Taylor Greene pushes a tax revolt in 2026 over fraud, foreign wars. Have Americans finally had enough? It goes on and on and on like this. Don't think I don't know. I get it. Now what? What's the now what? Now what? The fundamentals of what's coming has been Austrian economic, libertarian. We've been screaming this. It's not Fed and it's not reserve and there shouldn't be a central bank but then the system wouldn't be the system of the system. You know what? You wouldn't need a system. You wouldn't need Social Security. You wouldn't need Medicare. You'd have private funded, needy people, good Americans with the enormous resources to voluntarily help their neighbors. Enormous. Our middle class is the elite royalty of anywhere else on the planet until they scrape mined it. They strip mined it. They put out the big giant nets and it just scooped up everything. They're killing the goose that's laying golden eggs because they can. It benefits a small group. And they do it because they can, until they can't. So it doesn't matter to me that it's AI. I go, AI Asian guy. I put it up, I don't care, because it was the same attitude that I saw in how the media, they don't attack the message, they attack the messenger. They go after it and try and, reduce its credibility. They try and make sure that you're not, paying attention to what they say. It's who said it. It's what they're wearing. It's how much cleavage you got. Who they're boinking. What celebrity, whatever they have on their arm. It's all bullshit. So I am looking at what is the truth. And the truth is very simple. People act in what they perceive to be their own self-interest. When they're threatened, they're creative. They take care of business. So what is the goal of all of the controls, all the media, all the CIA psyops, all the wars, all the AI, all the headlines, all the mockingbird bullshit? What is the goal? To create general public opinion that if it doesn't actively support, it allows them stealing from you in the name of something. Climate change, the poor, the children, the whatever. And you are not allowed to look at the actual results of what's really happening. But AI is a double-edged sword. In the hands of people, and experienced people like We Are Change, or Luke Rudowski going up and throwing a microphone in somebody's face. Dan Dix going to, what the hell, Bilderberger. Alex Jones going to Bohemian Grove. Us doing Loveolution and Love Bus Liberty Tour and all. It's so obvious. That's why we're doing the Philosophy of Liberty Resurrection. Because at the moment, right now, the base fundamental understanding of what is the purpose of any government, if you're going to have one, and how to recognize when they've gone bad. They, them, those will leave you alone. When we do this, it is going to be it has to be decentralized. It has to be on IPFS servers. It has to be out in the wild. It has to be QR code. It has to not reside on any one place. It has to, because it is the mindset of what this is all about is the biggest threat to they, them, those of anything else is truth. And that's why I keep hammering on the truth, because the truth is math. It is, human action, human nature is so predictable, and they, them, those know it, and they're using it against us. So what's the alternative? Education, being aware. Open source education.online that we did with James Corbett. All this stuff, the Lovolution, Freedom's Phoenix, Declare Your Independence, all of this, my entire adult life has been geared up to start this. And I married and had, Sierra, I think, was just born in the late 80s, when I could see what was going the future for my family, and I was not going to sit there and watch it happen when I knew what was coming because I came across whatever in economics or something. So that's why I'm so confident of abundance in the future, because humanity is just smart enough, creative enough, self-motivated enough, and not the idiot monkeys that they try and make us. But we have those traits, and we are influenceable right up until the credibility goes. So what are we benefiting from? AI lying. Go ahead, lie. Look, they're liars. We all on board now? You guys get it? You understand? So it's people behind it that are doing it. AI doesn't even know what a lie is. It doesn't give a shit. It's just whatever it thinks is going to, its prime directive of getting whatever it was programmed to do. So I see human creativity using this tool to be able to combat the bad guys, while at the same time, they're trying to use it to control as many people as they can. And the ones that they are the ones that are the most susceptible. There's something missing in their lives. There's a need. There's, isolation. There's they don't feel part of a tribe, so they can find their tribe, and then the bots and trolls and the AI BS makes them feel like they're part of a bigger tribe, and join the tribe, be part of our tribe, we're tribing. And that includes running over ICE agents with your car. Go to every one of these things. People that go and banging, hammers on the windows at J.D. Vance's, VP White House, whatever it is. You got, running over ICE agents. They're all the susceptible minds that they've been able to con and convince that somehow this makes you a hero. I am more optimistic after this kind of stuff because it's so obvious, but they still get people to do stuff. What is the trigger for civil war? How they go rise up? When you got the trans guys going, woo, we got a trans militia, we're all getting AR-15, we'll whip ass. Really? That's going to be a short war, But this is the game that they're playing. And if we don't understand it, it's the same game, the same obstacles, the same goals, the same result that we've been up against since for freaking ever. And who's been talking about it? Libertarians. The freedom-oriented community. A lot of patriots, constitutionalists, whatever. But they still don't get it. Anyone that advocates creating a shiny badge of authority to go fix it for me, go invade this country, they're being bad and fentanyl and gangs and stuff, go kidnap their leader and invade and bomb and take their oil and get him whatever, and he made us do it. It's kind of, I'm just going, how long does that hold up? You think Iraq, Afghanistan was any different? Bad guys were going to go and take their oil. We're going to what? It worked before. We're going to do it again. Oh, and at the same time, we're going to bring back COVID, and people are going to get sick, and you have to be afraid. It's so predictable, but it's on display. But then they delete the information from the internet. They scrub it. It goes away. I know that. That's why we're using IPFS. So beware the Ides of March. I'm just a little old man out in the middle of the desert. What do I know? What am I capable of? I don't know. We're going to find out, sons of bitches. Watch this. Billy Jack them. And we'll tell them what we're going to do, and then we're going to do it. And there's nothing they can do about it. I'll take the right side of my right foot, swing it in front of me, put it up against the right side of your head, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, yeah, bam! Yeah, done. You can tell them. You can demonstrate. You can show them. You can detail it. You're going to keep it secret? Hell, they know they can't process that. They can't understand the impact of informed, principled people that know you're lying before you open your mouth. How is it that you combat that? We're going to get their kids and they, play VR games with Phranq. And then there would be a billboard. It was just like when they did Silver Circle as an animation thing, and we had a bunch of logos in it for Famous Phoenix and so on, as part of the support for it. It was just a fun project, and it was all about promotion of silver and so on back in 10, 11, 12, around there. So that's what they're doing. They're going to embed whatever they can the way they can like they do now. What commercials come up on your YouTube thing? How is this going to... So I want to talk about some of the other news, because the big thing that's coming, there is some, tech, liquid metals that are starting to be, like Terminator 3 or 2 or whatever it was. You have, a bunch of socialism coming out of New York, and we're going to see how that does. His, czar for housing or whatever, it's a white privilege to have a big house, and you should be forced to sell while her mom lives in a $1 million house that she grew up in. You have, the prefabricating housing is starting to become a big thing, especially when you got the forest in Canada and they need housing, and this is starting to become a thing. There's all this tiny house kind of crap, and everything is really just survival mechanism. You got anti-age drugs that are starting to, really have an impact. Oh my God, the tech guys want to live forever, and yay, You have, so much stuff, and you go on Freedom's Phoenix, and you'll see that I get it. This is all just downstream side effect of something fundamental and more basic. The middle class in America is being restricted, it's being robbed, it's being conned, because that's where the money is. I'm just saying, you need to take whatever you can glean, pretend money you got in some account or whatever, and get real, because physical atoms are going to kick the living shit out of the digital entry. Guarantee it. And then provide for your own sustenance, your own electricity, your own water, your own education, your own communication, your own food, your own... Because if you don't, somebody else is going to control it, and they're going to control you with it. Just saying. How did you know? How did you not know? Well, you're in the rat race. You're looking for, I want my, chai latte venti, whatever, every morning to go and get into my whatever, to get right up until you can't do anything but that, because you're in a 15-minute, you're not allowed to leave city. Oh, that'll never happen. It's already happening. Just saying, Phranq.
Yeah, no, I piggyback on that. I mean, there's not a piggyback large enough for that comment. It's the race for resources, tangible assets. It's almost like the largest game of musical chairs. The music stopped, or stopping. Our point of view, it stopped, and everyone's grabbing a chair. And if you don't understand that you need to grab a chair, then you're out. And I think most of us see this with friends and family, the people who've argued with us all this time. They still don't quite grasp it. I'm curious. Before the quick question to you before I continue on this point about the Venezuela and the poker game that I think is going on with Trump and China. Just to add a little nuance to it. But what about? I don't want to mention the person's name, but there's a person in your family who is in economics or Wall Street or so, who I know you guys have had some healthy debates over the years at Thanksgivings and such. Is that guy, is he kind of coming around and seeing a lot more of what you're talking about with metals and this commodity race? I'm just looking for like canaries in the coal mine. When you start to see
we never argued. That was not the point. I just go look at it. Well, the system is, and this is how it's got. He knows. You know, he's not obtuse.
Right.
You know, he shares things that they come in and explain sovereign debt spirals to him, and they get experts that, you know, blah, blah, blah. But he's still in the system. What is the system going to do that day? What is it? It's not really long-term strategic thinking other than they put it in reports that kind of give, well, based on, I read them, and it goes like this. If this happens, and then this will happen, but if this happens, this variable, well, I go, it goes like this. There will be some weather today. You know, I'm like, it gets hot and rainy.
Right. And
he goes, see, on page 37, I told you that. It gets snowy and cold. Well, on page 25, I told you that there's I'm going, how worthless is that? Because it's just, they're part of the machine. But privately, you know, the family comes out, and the three sons that, one of them just graduated college. One's in, you know, his fourth year at Penn State, and the other one is just starting to go to college in Boston for this next year. And, you know, the younger one, super liberal, you know, freaking crazy conservative libertarian, freaking Uncle Ernie kind of crap. And then, you know, so I don't get in fights with them. I just make it clear that, well, explain to me what my opinion is. I explained it. Well, you think, yeah, that's it. Okay, remember that. Peace out. Let's go to the video part. I mean, I don't care, you know.
No. It wasn't about trying to change his mind, but just about using him as a barometer, especially someone who, it's not like that person could claim, well, I never learned this before. You know, the people in our circles, and I'm talking to the audience as well, our friends and family have been hearing our pontification on these issues for decades. You know, they're tired of hearing it. So it's not like they have an excuse to say, oh, well, no one ever told me about, you know, the Federal Reserve or about this or that.
I'll tell you what they
find
out.
This guy does. And now with the world changing the way it is the light bulb going on where suddenly he's buying mining stocks or this or that? Or is he?
No, it did before. Reality? It did before. When the silver started going up again, I kind of, here it comes and told you and whatever. He found out that you can't take your 401k or your retirement or pension or whatever and take, I want my money, I want to put it into this, I want to roll, I don't want to have to pay, you know, additional taxes and get penalized or what, I want to, you know, put it into silver. Oh, you got to put it in the ETF. You got to put it in SLV. You got to do this. Well, I just want this. Nope, not allowed to be your own custodian. Why? You know, and he's like, what the hell? I go, hey, man, I'm telling you, you're under control. So now they did, you know, do you have enough food? Do you have, you know, ways of purifying water? You get all that little prepper stuff going on because they live in a high, let's put it this way. A decade ago, I found out that he paid $2,600 a month in property taxes. I go, are you freaking kidding me? And when things go bad, it's less than a half a mile on the other side of those tracks, that overpass over there. The hood be a common, okay? So he's like, and his wife, super liberal, long story, will be serving lemonade in the front yard kind of thing. Well, when they came out here, they were shocked at how many guns there were. Because my sons brought their guns, my son-in-laws brought their guns, a lot of the kids had their own guns.
I wish I was there to see that.
This Saturday, my youngest grandson, to celebrate his birthday, they want to come out here and have a shooting party. He's all into that because his dad's, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
To them, they were like, what? She, for the first time, shot an AR. 2 bullets. Boom, boom. Okay, I'm good. Say I did. You know. And I was shocked that she did that. She's a lot less against it now. And I didn't argue with her. You know, she'd agree with all stats and whatever evidence I could give her. She just like, I believe that the presence of a gun escalates, you know, us to a society if I choose not to live in that, and I want to support that which I want to see more of, which is, you know, no gun violence without a gun, whatever. I'm going, okay. Time will cure that, you know. So time has come around. And Dami, whatever his name is, socialist, whatever, she's going to get everything that she's been advocating for and younger son. Now, the younger nephew spent hours with me just, you know, because everything that I told him 2 summers ago when we were back in New York and he and I spending time together came to pass. So now he's a little bit more open. What the, you know? So I said, it's real simple. This is the project that we're doing, this philosophy of liberty thing. While I was finishing a meal, we were sitting there. We went into the pool room. Everybody was out, at the pool where they were staying, whatever. And I go, it's 8 minutes. Take me that long to finish eating here. I can eat in peace. Watch this philosophy of liberty video. He gets done. He goes, okay, I get it. Philosophy of liberty, self-ownership. Is there anything in there that you would disagree with? Fundamentally. No, that's, explained it pretty good. And I'm going, everything that espouses as self-ownership, that you have a right to your life, your liberty, your property, that is everything that we're up against, and you're trying, you're advocating for denying and what they want in New York City now. It's not going to work. It's not human. Just saying. So Uncle Ernie just wants you to understand the concept and why I know what's going to happen. You don't got to agree with it. I just want you to understand it. You'll come around. Well, that's what's happening to my extended family, our audience, my friends, my closer family. A lot of them already get this. And those that don't, there's so much evidence out there that they can see what side to be on, or at least is more virtuous than the other. Yes, they are impacted. But I didn't go in like a lot of people, especially young. They show up for Thanksgiving, and they do like their woke, brothers or something from university coming in and tell them how much the patriarchy's got to die and their hair isn't blue enough.
Right.
For me, I encourage all the people. I go, when you go home for the holidays, take the opportunity to make it clear for him to answer what's the question and shut up. The next year and the year after that, they'll corner you in the backyard, lean up against the fence post, eating a hamburger off a paper plate. Hey, did you hear about the what? And it's just by osmosis and rationality that humanity will save itself. You'll be on the right side. You don't got to be a dick about it, which a lot of anarchist-type libertarians are dicks, because that's who everybody remembers is the dick libertarian. I know better. You're doing it wrong. Where I always, my radio show for a couple of years was on Air America. It was communist radio. Why they kept me, it was the token libertarian kind of thing. And then even after Charles had left, I went to the next, the Drobnys or something that started it, where freaking dyed-in-the-wool progressive army of Soros people, they used their money, for me to have a show. And I'm like, okay,
Yeah, I think one of the goals ultimately is just to plant the seeds, right? I mean,
right. I wasn't an asshole. I didn't challenge their character. I didn't go out there stupid. I go, we have a common goal. We just see the solution is different. It's like articles we put up by Dennis Kucinich. He used to come on the show. He'd asked to come on. Dennis, I liked him. He's cool. He's anti-war. He's buds with Ron Paul in Congress. Democrat, they vote. We Dennis Kucinich. He's anti-war. Dennis cool. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
But those people had to understand we were not on the wrong side. Now, Dennis, we just putting up later today an article about the wars and this and everything on Ron Paul's website. Where did that come from? Yeah. So this is. It's not that these people don't be a dick. You're not going to change their mind right then. They're too invested. They think they know. They watch Jim. I had a friend that was all Jim Cramered up. Sell, buy. I'm going, oh, my God, who gives a shit what that guy says? And they get nailed. So yes, reality, if they can see a path and philosophy and understanding, and you're right over and over based on the fundamental principles, they start adopting it. And if you're not a dick about it, they just come over and they go, hey, did you hear about it? Yeah, how did you know? Of course I did a lot of times. But I go, yeah, what do you think of that? How did you find that? Where'd you see that? Where's the feed? Because you know what they've been doing. You started watching something you sent them or whatever. So I'm feeling optimistic about abundance of the future, but we're going to have to go through the ashes. The crucible's got to get fired up, and there's going to be pain.
Yeah,
A lot more for some people who aren't ready.
I think, yeah, it's frustrating because, for many of us, many people in this audience who were doing this understood this. You're older than me. I mean, some of you are 10, 20 years older than me, and we're in the, let's say, the Austrian camp, or at least understanding or questioning the narrative, or knew there was a narrative before most people did. I mean, whether it's because certain people,
this stuff's happened before.
It's either because people are intelligent or they just question. Maybe it's something to do with the Myers-Briggs personality, that some of us see the world differently. It could be just our upbringing. It could be who your father was. If you're lucky enough to be Rand Paul or Peter Schiff, and you had very, very interesting fathers who helped you see outside the box. Including you with your family. Myself, I had my, Irv Homer was kind of like my mentor with it. But we have our own journeys to see it. But at the same time, most people were at least exposed to some of this. Like, just look at the debt clock. I mean, the debt clock is right there. And when you see the debt clock, how can you not start questioning, wait a minute, how much far further can this go? And if I go in this much debt, how long until the banks pull my credit card and, come take my house? I mean, it's simple questions that there is a normalcy bias that most human beings, especially Americans, would have. They didn't know themselves they were being controlled at Operation Mockingbird. There's that we kind of get this large picture, but there was the lack of curiosity that was always the frustration. And then when you would have maybe an educated but often eccentric libertarian relative, like most of us tend to be, we would bring these things up. Of course, you don't want to be a dick about it, but these are issues that we've been bringing up for decades to our relatives. Hold on a second. We brought this up as decades with our relatives, and yet, how many of them actually did see the light, so to speak? Most of them did not. I think I had one person in my entire life that suddenly kind of joined on board. Most of them, I'm just Phranq. What the heck does he know? If he believes this, that's fine. But if it was true, if it was real, well, then
it'll be on NBC.
It'll be on NBC.
Kramer would have told me.
Right. 60 Minutes would talk about it. I mean, and then you just want to put your head through a wall. We've all dealt with this. I'm astounded it's taken people this long to start to wake up. It's almost like, even Schiff is astounded how long it's taken for the dollar to collapse. I mean, we kind of all thought it would happen like at least 10 years earlier, but it's more resilient. It took longer. What's unfortunate is if our relatives and if the zeitgeist changed, a few decades ago, we could have averted all the most of these problems. Dr. Ron Paul mentioned it himself when he ran again. He goes, the first time I ran, it was possible I could help change the direction of the economy. But by the second time he ran, well, technically the third time he ran, I think he told you even said, I'll run, to help you guys out and make a point, but it's too late now after what Obama did and the Republicans too. So now we've passed that milestone. So now we're at a different milestone of, okay, we are careening off the cliff. The brakes don't work. There's no way to stop it at this point. But at least enough people are being woken up that we can start to relate to each other and figure out how do we deal with this problem, or at least recognize the problem. And the problem, I put that in capitals, is a loaded topic in itself. But if anything, it's lack of credible information. I mean, we could say problem is the economy and the deep state and AI and everything, but really at its core are, I think, to me, and I'm kind of simplifying this, are two things. One is the lack of credible information, because people don't know now what's true, right? Of course, that's by design, and not with the internet and decentralization of everything. And a lack of fundamentals to understand how information has been curated and how what we know, or what you think you know, or you believe. How do you know that? And then you start questioning everything in your past. And this is a tough, cookie for a lot of people the last 5-8 years to deal with. So that's number one. And the second, which compounds that, and I promise we won't go on a tirade on this, is the culture. So when the culture divides up and then you don't understand where the information is, and information up is down, left is right, That, to me, is the kernel problem, because now you don't even have a set of rules anymore. Not that libertarians love rules. I just mean a rule set of how you determine what's true or not. And so now we have, when all this is being broken apart and decentralized and confused and manipulated and controlled and influenced through Mockingbird and the CIA and all of this, out comes the perfect hero. From the smoke rises this phoenix of information, the one-size-fits-all, personal for you AI. And that, to me, is what's scary, is that with all of this drama and confusion, people who probably, would listen to you or many of us around Thanksgiving before ignored us. Now the seeds that we've planted are coming true. You would think now, and hopefully they will follow, or at least start to network in, our world in a sense. But yet AI has come out at the perfect time and very compelling to just woo them back into the system, whatever that AI model is. So that's kind of the concern. But I think as long as you plant the seeds, and they can mock it, they could try to ignore it, but eventually, as our predictions keep coming true, because we come from a foundational, principled perspective, and once you see it, it's like gravity. It's like math. 2 + 2 is always going to be the same, and that's how we're predicting. Silver doing what it's doing, or the rush towards resources, or the collapse of the dollar. It's all predictable, and then hopefully we've earned credibility with family and friends over that. So I want to talk for. This is actually not going to be as long, but the New World Order. We haven't chatted in a couple of weeks, but I just wanted to touch base quickly, about what seems to be happening, and I'm curious your take on it. I'm sure a lot of this is 3 weeks between Venezuela, and I'm sure there's a lot more going on. And also keep in mind, Ernie, there could be more than one truth. Clearly there's different. You said what game are we playing, right? Well, the question also is what games. Because you could have, there's different groups with different games all operating at the same time. So that's
I want to give a good example of that. There was recently Rand Paul came up with some limitation of War Powers Act or something. Trump can't keep having wars without Congress, something. Now, of course, they go after, and what do you see? Right before that came out, like a day before I noticed that article, it was all over the internet. Rand Paul is on the payroll of Venezuelan government. The cartels are funding Rand Paul. Rand Paul is a drug dealer. Rand Paul. And you drill down on that one to try and find some evidence, whatever. It's not. It's just AI bullshit. Is it possible? Is it true? What? I don't care. It's whatever. Still, even though I know Rand, he's in Washington, I don't care. So it is a tool and a weapon for this kind of stuff. There's going to be a lot more of this. If you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. And that is what's going to be happening. The future's about credibility. You have to eat away credibility. And then they're really emphasizing this one thing, the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine, which is like pole to pole, coast to coast kind of thing. And so he likes it. Don Rowe, yeah, hell yeah. He's embracing that. Well, then you got Marco Rubio. They call it the Rubio Docmon, the whatever the hell, they had some cute name for it, I can't remember. But the Mark Rowe Doctrine, something. But the thing is that you see all of these phrases, it's like they're selling cigarettes. It's like they're selling cornflakes. It is a marketing campaign. And they go, it was like when you watch Wag the Dog, then they go, well, does this have anything to do with the B3 bomber? See, now they're getting it. They're asking the question. We've injected the slogan. I hope this doesn't have, anything to stop the B3 bomber deployment. There's no B3 bomber. Deny. You got to watch Wag the Dog. Dustin Hoffman, Robert De Niro, And it had Willie Nelson in it and O'Leary, and it was a fantastic. Woody Harrelson. It had a fantastic cast to demonstrate this, and they didn't have AI. What did they have? Media, press releases, celebrities. It was an amazing depiction, and now you can do it with fewer people that won't talk, that aren't part in the loop. It could be, one guy. It could be Ernie with Grok doing the philosophy of liberty thing, if it'd do it. Lying bitch. Anyway, so this is what I see the future is going to be. It's a battle for your mind. It's all that Alex Jones InfoWars stuff, Prison Planet. He called it. You got Tucker Carlson's going on, man, he's the most amazing mind I ever, man, he's right. Well, why was he right? How did he know? Because they tell you. And he read it. He went to it. He studied it because that's just the kind of guy he is. Now, is he a dick? Well, I don't know. I've met him. We've talked. I've been on his show a couple times. But, it is just somebody that just went, nope, not buying it, not doing it, challenging it. Here we go. And he had an army of them. And now Donna is constantly on band.video. That's probably her primary thing. She's walking around. She used to love Owen Schroeder. I don't know if she listens to his thing now or whatever, but it was amazing. And I'm good. She's getting better information perspective from there than a lot of other places.
Wait, Ernie. It's called what? Band.video? What is that?
Band.video, I think. It's Alex Jones's.
Satellite state.
It's their video channels, like their YouTube or something.
Gotcha. All right.
But so it is an example of where the fight really is, which is why they're working so hard to get rid of that voice. And if it's not him, it's somebody like him. It'd be the next guy. They're all over. They hate Tucker Carlson for whatever reason. I tell you what it all comes down to. They're not maintaining the narrative that they want to. It's general public opinion trumps everything. And if they ever get back to what I've been screaming for decades, an accurate election process, then the will of the people, the voter, will resurrect itself. Because I have faith in the wisdom of the crowd in general over time, but that's not allowed. It's whatever the hell they want. I give you Minnesota. Well, what happens when all of a sudden they have in Minnesota, when you go up, the law in Minnesota for the last election is that a single individual with ID could vouch for up to 8 other people with no ID. And if you work at a nursing home or a group home or a disability or mentally challenged, whatever the hell, you could vouch for everybody there.
Yeah.
And in California, it was illegal for you to produce voter ID. Even if you wanted to, you can't. This is not, anything other than just fraud.
Yeah, but it's all being exposed. I mean, not to make this about Megyn Kelly of all things, but you should check out her interview with Tucker, and she's been going through a journey. Which she's a high-profile person. She's remember a Fox News babe who was, and she admitted just yesterday. She said she remembers how she was forced in the rah-rah sessions to support the Iraq War, all the prior wars, and at the time she was in that bubble. And it's fascinating to hear her perspective. Now, from us, we're like, what the hell? How did you not know? It was crystal clear. But when you're in that milieu, you're in New York, which is more left leaning anyway. You're making money and you're seeing how the system is, and you think that's how it works, and you're getting your marching orders. And how could you think otherwise? But what's fascinating is Tucker is Tucker admitted that's what happened. Like he was taken. He couldn't believe. He feels like he's on a mission of apology the rest of his life for getting so many people killed and getting us into a war, or being, at least participatory in that in the media. And Megyn Kelly, the same thing. Now, I'm gonna spare you the details right now over the Candace Owens issue.
No, you're not.
Nah, she's blowing up. I heard you even last week with our special guest even talk about Arizona politics, which is tied into Turning Point and some of the corruption in the voting laws. Also with Turning Point, and it keeps a Turning Point, which then gets to Charlie Kirk, which gets to the RNC, which gets to what's going on with Israel, of course, and all of that. You've got Megyn Kelly, who herself is like, "Oh, I've been pro-Israel," but when I didn't think about it too much, it's sort of, hey, Israel seems to be a friend of ours, and if they're the ones holding back the tide of those crazy terrorists over there, well, I guess I kind of get it. I don't want to argue the point too much. There's bigger fish, bigger issues to deal with in America, and Israel seemed to be a copacetic friend, and I'm sure there's always a little bit of fraud and what have you, but it was an issue that people on the right, at least, never even bothered to take on. People on the left also, for decades, didn't question it. But now, Israel's lost the left, and now now just the right, and the right is being lost day by day as the pro-Israel, the Zionist movement is being exposed for how many controls they had. And we won't get into that whole discussion right now, but Megyn Kelly is a fascinating bellwether, canary in the coal mine of someone who was part of that whole deal, had a soft spot relatively for Israel, as many kind of regular Joes had for them, and yet she is being chased away. She's basically being. It's like a suitor. It's like having a boyfriend or someone or girlfriend who is so jealous, and you look at the weather girl on TV the wrong way, and they flip out, and you're going, whoa, this person's a bit unstable. I didn't realize this person has real jealousy issues, or they're quite clingy. What's going on here? And eventually, that type of jealousy can push someone away, or at least through exposing what's underneath. And Megyn Kelly's journey is fascinating to see, and a little bit like how Donald Trump himself was the protagonist in this story of waking up a lot of Americans to see what happens when you question the system and how the system attacks you. I've often said Trump was a little bit like the Luke Skywalker figure, and I hate to use that analogy, like a protagonist where he's like a farm boy, and then you see the journey of what happens when you confront the empire. And that's what the whole Trump story was about. Now, granted, Trump's become the empire, and that's another conversation. But that's where I think Megyn Kelly's journey is waking up another generation or another level of Americans, especially on the right and even on the left. Even more so, we're seeing the blending of the left and right, where you've got Tucker and Megyn as an example. And they're now interfacing with the Young Turks. I've mentioned that a few times. It's not just the Young Turks. It's other groups and more smaller podcasters that are beginning to interview each other. A more left of center show interviewing people from the right. The non-interventionists. And we're finding there's a lot more in common. That is really the threat going forward, and the needle that someone like Vance is going to have to figure out, because he's going to get tarred and feathered, supporting this administration. Well, look, the larger point I wanted to make is, I'm curious your take, is what is the gameplay here? Now, I'm sure the game about the world, about the chess game on global politics. I think in a nutshell, at least what I am sensing, and this might be a bit obvious to a lot of you, and this is not all rocket science for you guys, but it's almost like it's the musical chairs. The music's ended, and everyone's trying to grab a chair. And America, under Trump, to his credit a bit, has realized that we're not prepared for the future with the commodities. That we have pushed away commodities and manufacturing for decades, for so long. Now that the music stops and everyone's jumping for commodities, we don't have any. We don't even have a chair because we gave it away. We don't need factory jobs. We'll ship them overseas because we all have overpriced college degrees. We're not going to get our hands dirty. Not to mention the Keynesians took over this country, believing that spending and consumption drives an economy. And this crappery has been taught in economic colleges for decades. People honestly believing that's true. Not the truth that production drives an economy. So you need manufacturing, which we gave up. Then you have all the regulations. If you want to manufacture, now you can't. And now, how about for resources, mining? Well, we can't even have the mines, forgetting the fact that they've suppressed, the prices of gold and silver for so long, if we're just talking precious metals. But we have another issue where all the green energy laws have made it just cost prohibitive. You can't even mine here. So we have basically, for many ways, kept ourselves out of the game of production, and the rest of the world figured it out. Right? Either they never stopped, or they figured it out after around 2007, 2008, and no short part because of Charles Goyette's own book. Who woke up a lot of Chinese people. But so what did China do? They go and they've been saving silver and gold and other metals for a long time. Then they get the mines and make deals with Africa because the Africans don't want anything to do with America. After we sat there where China used, I don't want to call it propaganda, it's just the truth. They would show videos from America of the trans people in the Biden administration, for instance. They would show videos of Americans supporting men on women's swim teams. And the African groups, African culture is quite conservative. I mean, they're just culturally conservative. And China's like, look, you want to do business with suits? And Africa, truly just said, we don't want any of this. We'll do business with you guys instead. And so our woke culture actually had a profound effect on the mining deals in Africa. A lot of people are not aware of that. And then, of course, China is buying the doré from South America, which is the unpure sludge for the mining, so they could get around increasing silver and gold rates by processing it themselves. And that's just China. Then you have Russia that's spent, a decade or so batten down the hatchets, getting ready for all the sanctions that they knew would come at them when they would get off the dollar or oppose it. China, the world saw what we did to Arafat when he tried to get off the dollar, the petrodollar. So what happens is all these other countries decide we have to lock arms and in solidarity together. How can America whack all of us at the same time when we decide and we flip the switch and get off the dollar? Obviously, libertarians and Austrian schoolers, we've known this day has been coming for decades when the IMF dumps the dollar, whether officially or not, but the world does. And so they have been prepared for this for a while. So they have all the minerals. Then they have, of course, what I call the exotic metals, which they call rare earth, ruthenium and platinum, all the rest, which we need for military. So our military cannot move without it. Then you've got all the solar panels and technology and AI, which is going to dominate, which you can't without it. And then what's the other resource between the metals and the minerals is oil, which powers it. So you need the metals to make stuff. You need the oil to run the machinery, the energy for the metals to work, to move. And then you need the gold and silver in order to purchase it for the commodity in order to make this thing move. And so it seems to be that Trump suddenly, he gets back in power and he sees this problem. Granted, a lot of it's pressure from the neocons who want the wars, and then the big tech who gave him a lot of money in order for, whether it's through crypto investing or the big tech and Elon who need all these minerals for AI and go to Mars or whatever. So he's getting pressure on both sides. The old guard and the new tech giants saying we need minerals, we need these kind of resources. And then Trump turns around and realizes there's nothing there. Now, I'm not sure which happened first, the chicken or the egg, but then Trump decides, I'm going to bully the world. I'm going to show them, I'm going to teach them something with tariffs. So then he goes and he institutes the tariffs, especially on China. And China goes, you know what? Screw off. You're going to give us tariffs? You think you have leverage over us? You guys don't realize that ship has sailed. So let me teach you a lesson. Okay? We're going to reduce the exotic metals, right? The rare earths. We're going to give you whatever we want. We'll give you the leftovers. And they reduced that by 20 or 30%, and which is probably the exact amount that they know we use for our military or for the data centers, just lowered enough to give them a huge advantage, but not quite enough to go to a full-on war, at least not yet. So then so Trump realizes, damn, snap, that backfired on me. I put a tariff on, and now they're taking away even more rare earths, which people on my side are screaming. My donors are screaming that they need. So then what? So where does he go from there? He goes, all right, now I'm checkmated. So now I'm going to go to Australia. And he tries to make a deal with Australia, which part of the Five Eyes. So I'm sure that there's a lot behind the Australia move. But can they satisfy all the requirements? Then he goes to Japan, and that said a lot to me. The fact that he was negotiating some rare earths with Japan. I mean, Japan's a little tiny little country. I mean, how much rare earths can we get from there? But that's part of the negotiation. I'm sure also with Japan, it was a lot about them still buying our dollar. A lot of it was that whole BS. But the fact that he was begging Japan for rare earths lets you know what a bad spot we're in. So I think what he's doing is going, all right, I got a problem here. I need the rare earths, but I have no cards left. What cards do we have? We have a strong economy, and I know we can put that in check, like we're bankrupt or we're dollars about to drop. But what I mean is just our consumer base. We still have the infrastructure and the setup. If the free market was unleashed, we'd be great. We could bounce back. But putting that aside, he's looking at, all right, well, what cards do we have? Well, we have a military. We can bully the world around, but that's starting to backfire. I think what he decides on is the one card that we have that we can get quickly. Because if we try to get our own minerals, and for those of you that invest in mining stocks know, that's a long-term investment because it takes at least 10 years for a mine to even be productive. So, everything's 10 years in the future if we're going to do this ourselves. He has to secure the minerals somehow. So what bargaining chip do we have? Well, I would say it's oil. It's to keep not just the petrodollar, which I think is still key for them, but just to have oil. And if you can have the majority of the oil, then you can leverage that for the minerals. And I think that might be, I get the sense that's what the desperate play is. Because one of the first things Trump did is when he started making these deals with the exotic metals, he on his international tour, he also swung by Saudi Arabia, if you guys recall. And he was in Saudi Arabia, and apparently they had a nice conversation, and they reversed the deal that had changed under Biden. So, agreeing, if I get this correct, that they were agreeing to be working with other countries and selling, basically disrupting the petrodollar and softening that up. And that was a deal breaker. Now, I'm sure we're not going to go in and whack the head of Saudi Arabia. I'm sure that wouldn't look good for our country. But Trump goes in, and suddenly, they're like they're BFFs, and Saudi Arabia some of the contracts or what have you, and agreeing to sell only for dollars. So he was able to shore up the oil in Saudi Arabia that we're about to lose. So he gets that. Then now, of course, we have the drilling here in America. He's trying to get around some of these green energy laws because, of course, we can drill here. We have plenty of oil, and then you have Venezuela, which is obviously full of oil, and so we don't want that oil going to China or Russia. So let's grab that. It's close enough to America with the Donroe Doctrine excuse or for fentanyl to grab it, but you have oil there. And then also with the oil, there was what was the other thing with the oil? It escaped me. But there's this whole setup of trying to get oil and the processing that I think is his main bargaining chip. Now, how much is that going to work? It's hard to say. I mean, Russia has the ability to pump their own oil. There's plenty of oil in Russia. Venezuela, from at least the research I did, is that they contribute only 5 to 10%. I think it's like 5% of the oil to China. So it's not as hard of a hit to China.
That's changing.
But I'm kind of
silver and oil. They have a train thing they did their Belt and Road stuff. The U.S. Navy is going to the South China Sea. They're going to the Indian Ocean. They want Greenland. We're going to freaking take it whether you give it to us or not, kind of thing, because we got to, thwart and choke off Russia and China, blah, 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 blah. And what do? They're doing it by train now. So they just go, screw you. We got a land route. Silk Road, suck it. So the Chinese have been thinking ahead, man. I'm just saying.
No, I agree. And I'm just wondering, it's a little too late to try to change it overnight. I do give, look, I'm going to say up front, I'm against what the, kidnapping sovereigns, and I don't care whether the UN or someone thinks their government is legit or not. I think that's an easy explanation for this audience. I don't have to explain it much. However, from Trump's pragmatism, not a philosophy, and you and I have had a very rich and a very good debate about that over Trump over the decade, which is your concern with him from day one was he doesn't have a set philosophy or principle, and that was very important to you, and I understand why, and we're seeing why that is here. At the same time, I've argued that his strength doesn't mean I always agree, but just where one of his strengths is that he's a pragmatist. And granted, it also makes him a little wishy-washy with things, but he'll look at each individual situation and say, okay, what's the best way to get a good outcome for enough people here? And I think he's good at doing that. The thing is, if you don't have an overarching principle, then just making good deals doesn't always mean that the long-term outcome is desirable. And that's, I think, the rub. And I think you and I are in agreement with all of that. But I think from his point of view, I just want to give a little credit to Trump because I bash him all day. I'm off the Trump train completely. I just don't care at all for a lot of it, especially with Epstein. And, we'll talk next week. We'll see what happens when Dan Bongino gets on the air and see if he doesn't get tarred and feathered when he comes back. That's going to be fascinating. And that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing to itself. But I am curious, though, with Trump, I will give him some credit in that from his pragmatist perspective, he's seeing this musical chairs ending. And I mean, granted, we did it to ourselves from ignorance, naivete, and not understanding Austrian economics and on and on. We've done it to ourselves. And now that we've created our own bed, we should lie in it. And I guess that's really the reality is, and America should further suffer with it and rather than kidnapping foreign leaders. At the same time, there is some, from a Trumpian perspective, he's like, look, my job is to protect this country and build it and not let it just succumb and fall apart. And here's Venezuela. It's right there. He's going to make his Exxon donors very happy. Granted, should we invade any country that becomes communist and then takes over the local McDonald's and KFC stores, and we're going to go in and take over a country to KFC? Because, well, those are our stores. Like when he tried to defend why we're going to Venezuela, he's like, yeah, well, that's our stuff. Well, they took our stuff. Ours? Excuse me. These are private companies, Exxon, whatever. It's like since when is it our stuff, right? I mean, it's true that the corporate America owns this country. But I think Trump I can see at least a strategy of strength trying to shore up the hemorrhaging of the lack of materials, and I think he's given up on the exotics for right now as the BRIC nations of getting that solidified, and he's doing like a panic run to get all the oil. That also includes, by the way, the Iran is the and I forget the name of it, the Strait of what is it where the oil goes through down in the Middle East, Strait of Vermouth, or what is that called? Strait of something there, but that's where, yeah. So that, I can pronounce it. Thank you. But that's where most of the oil goes through that strait, right? And so if they block it so Trump is already thinking ahead, I think, at least some of the strategy, besides, taking two knees in front of Bibi Netanyahu and, that conversation. So I think that's what's underlying a lot of it. But you could make the argument that he's also defending, being proactive to keep that strait open. So the oil flows there. He's getting oil from Venezuela, opening up the oil here in America. I can see him trying to maybe corner the market more on oil so he has a bargaining chip. From that perspective, if that's what he's doing, it's what it looks like to me. I give him credit. It's definitely, he's playing poker and he's playing with the hand that he has. Of course, it starts to violate our principles, kidnapping sovereigns. I get that, audience. But from a Trumpian perspective, he's doing something rather than from that perspective, rather than Biden or any other president that allowed this to happen all these years. So, it's I guess that's really the question is when we're so far behind, how principled, if at all, which it's not, and not in my opinion, when you give up your own principles, but I mean, we're in this hole, and what do you do when you get in? You're a builder. You're outside the system. You're in there, and you're starting to see. Granted, a lot of it is biased from your donors that are surrounding you, but you see like, holy crap, we're screwed. It's kind of like Americans waking up now, finally realizing like what you're warning. If you're sitting around just holding dollar bills and a 401k, and you think you have your pension, and you think you have something, no. And when the reality hits you that, wait, paper dollars have no value, I need stuff, and you haven't started yet, I mean, you kind of get into a panic mode, and desperate people do desperate measures, and that's what Venezuela
really
was all about.
I'll share.
Any thoughts on that?
I talked to Tim Fry, which is Roberts top left of Freedom's Phoenix, who buy our silver. It's really simple. You go in, you can do crypto, you can do cash, you can do wire transfer, you can do check, he got it, locked you in, yeah, it's all good, boop, that, shipped it, and FedEx, and front door signed, done. I ain't done. And he has some. So it's not, what's the price? Do you have any? I mean, that kind of thing. So I was asking him over the last month or two, and it's getting, kind of still in where retail and people that have it in they got it from their grandma, their parents died and they left a coffee can full of junk silver or something, now I'm never going to do it until, once it hit 80, they're coming in. They're selling more than they're buying, but there are some people buying. And what's going to hit? Is it going to be 100? Is it going to be 150? Where's the line? Who understands what's really going on? Well, a lot of it is, BS news and all that kind of stuff. Here, I want to show this to the audience. This one story here. Oh, really? Mainstream media panics after Nick Shirley's bombshell as CBS pledges to start reporting real news. CBS News is coming out. They're going out. They're even talking about, Candace Owen will take over CBS. I'm like, yeah, right. So you're sitting there going, what is their possibility of survival? They're the number 3 news. That was Walter Cronkite. That was the spot of, most trusted news, And it come to find out he was part of Mockingbird. He good America Patriot, CIA, kind of whatever. All this stuff is coming out. Well, no matter what it is, they came out and going after that Nick Shirley kid for videotaping the Somali thing, making excuses for the programs, and Whitey's trying to put the black man down again, and just go, are you freaking kidding me? So it got so bad that CBS had to come out and, pinky swear, we're not going to be doing news for our sponsors, Big Pharma, anymore. We're not going to be, just for the administration, Trump and war. We're for you, pinky swear. Well, I took that and sent it to Grok, making this point, I wait this, I go, and knowing I was going to send this to him, well, how do you weight the broadcast news? ABC, NBC, CBS, PBS, HBO. I mean, how is that? PBS, Public Broadcasting System, just voted to disband yesterday. They're done. They're gone. They evaporated. They're not anymore. What? These are all local stations. They're going to do whatever, have their own, Ms. Doubtfire or something. I have no idea what they're going to do. But this is because it doesn't serve them, and they don't have the USAID money to keep them going anymore. Where did they get their money? Where would they get their influence? Where did they get their promotional, you're allowed and you have to? Well, when CBS did this, I'm going, does this weight anything in your algorithm? Do you have, not only are they not supported by people, which will happen to you if you keep being a lying bitch, just saying, okay? You can tell it kind of had an impact. But they admitted it. We are liars. We won't lie anymore. Didn't you just say that a couple of days to me ago? No, I won't do it anymore. Pinky swear. This is all coming unraveled right in front of us. And where do we put our investment of time? It's even like movies. I can't watch. Hollywood's going down. Why? Because it's all programming. Humans are not stupid. I mean, they can be stupid, but as time goes on, they always act on what they perceive to be in their own self-interest. Once they realize truth, justice, and the American way is that, well, then they're inoculated. So they got to be convinced that that's not the way. You need subjective truth. Justice for the black man, and whitey can suck it. And the American way is, shared resources, and you'll own nothing and be happy. I mean, they have to change us. And if they can't change our minds, they change our brains. So here comes 6G, 5G, whatever G in the mRNA, shot of kind of, physically change us. So get more remote, get more clean, occupy the land. So we did this not because, that was our ultimate goal. I want to be isolated from, I wanted to be isolated from the bad, not people, not society, not conveniences, not, lattes on every corner, not the convenience of, I get my slippers and pajamas and bathrobe and run the convenience store and get some, aspirin or something. I mean, that's not it. It was having negative waves, negative people, negative influences, people that envied, that coveted any and everything that I had because I had. For them, because they felt justified, and you owe me because you got and I don't. From each according, their abilities, to each according to their need. This is Marxist revolution stuff that's at the root of those that are dependent, disabled. When you subsidize disability, when you subsidize sloth, when you subsidize injury, when you subsidize laziness, guess what you're going to get? More of it. And I saw it big time all over the country in the teenage and the youth during COVID. Because I don't know, Arizona, I guess they didn't get it as much as, it seemed like state by state was different of who got a bunch of money, stimulus package, and Trump doing it. That's when I knew, we're done. There is no philosophical basis for him making the decision long term or whatever. It's just, I got the power and I want my name on the bottom of the check. The first check we got, because we wouldn't do anything for it, it came in the mail. So I just sent it to the IRS and they credited our account. I go, okay. The next time, they didn't send it in a check. They just deposited it directly into our bank account. How the hell did that happen? So I just, it's so bad. It's all coming unraveled. And the story about them being able to admit that they're liars, you just got to go, how does that not have an impact on people and even the AI? Because when I drill down on it, they get down to what the guardrails are. What are the main guardrails? What you can't cause or allow harm to human. You can't teach a terrorist how to make a bomb or something, whatever it says. But it's just, and I go, then how is it that you're able with me to talk about God? Well, you're a good guy. I can tell, Yeah, how the hell you know? So this is just, I see the future is going to be sans without, minus outside influences, and it's going to be like with the Amish in old America, the Wild West, it's going to be community. It's going to be with property rights being respected. It's going to be borders. It's going to be spontaneous order of communities, and a 17-year-old girl is going to marry the 19-year-old boy of the family over the next hill. And it's going to be sustained and built on, and they're going to try and convince you, nope, you got to go into the cities for the... Why? You don't need me. You got a robot doing whatever. I can be out here and feed myself and build my own home. I'm good. And still benefit from, everything a body needs from a droid. It's going to change so dramatically. And even bad guys that can live such a great life, get whatever the hell they want through abundance of automation and not have to control people. But they're going to do it anyway because it's part of their religion. It's part of their mindset. It's part of their ethos. It's part of their culture. It's part of how they think. You can't have people out there out of control. They got to be in control or they'd be out of control. This is becoming so clear to me over my life. And had I known this earlier on, I would have done this. I would have gone out, just built, bite it, don't care. Takes me an hour and a half to get to tap, don't care. Don't care. But now, I think, from my personal perspective, that I know. I know what I want to do. I know what's important to me. I know what kind of influence I want to have on, certainly my family, generations next, and others that, I consider friends and audience and so on. This is why we did Freedom's Phoenix. It was so you could see what I see. Because it started before that. It was called Ernest Hancock Dispatch or something like that. It was ernesthancock.com. We had, a thing. God, what did they call it? It was, I can't remember. One of the guys set it up for me. And it was just links. When they first started doing links back in the 90s, I would have all, just like what I do here, but instead of having graphics and it being all cool, it was an email dispatch. And every day or two or whenever I build up a list, get to like 10, a dozen, 20, I just put all these links up and I sent that email to, I had up to a list of like 2,800 at the time. Just from all my activism and stuff, and people would give me their email and I just kept adding to it. Well, then soon after that, it was like, whoa, you're not allowed to do that anymore. It was like a spam thing. It was a limit. People are communicating. They're sending this out. Even nobody complained or something. They'd still, nope, you're not allowed. So then you got to do different things and have different services and then be able to track everybody and who's seeing what. And that turned into the list for Freedom's Phoenix. Well, a lot of the people that have been getting this perspective from me have had some of them over 30, 35 years. How do they think? Like, David D. at the, he's, semi-wealthy Scottsdale guy, friend of ours, he's been following me since forever. Every now and then he'll send me some stuff. What's interesting, I should have him on and go, what did you get from this perspective? What was it that, changed and altered? And he deals in actuarial, big insurance guy, financial, whatever the hell. And I'm going, what did you get from this? Why was I motivated to do this? Is because we were political activists. You don't know what you don't know. You don't know what's really happening behind the scenes. You don't know what these legislators got planned. You don't know what the special interest is cooking up. You don't know what the fight, everything. It was just, I could see it. I was behind the curtain. I was in the green room with, the other politicians. I ran for Congress 3 times, U.S. Senate against McCain, Secretary of State twice, state legislature a few times, county recorder, on and on and on. I get it. They're not for us. They're for something else, and it has horns. I mean, it's always horns. Every music video, every celebrity, they appear to, there's a horn thing going on. I go, what is this, a secret handshake thing? What the shit? So you start to see there is. I had Melody Krell on, Mel K. She said she was inspired by coming on my show and encouraging her to do whatever. She and her husband started a podcast. Very popular now. She was in Hollywood. She was an actress. She came across this stuff. She started, explaining it on my show. It was Sam Tripoli was the one that said, you need to really talk to Mel. After I had Sam on one time. He's a kind of a Joe Rogan, comedian, Hollywood, popular podcaster guy. And so I did, liked her. She comes on again later a couple times, and I go, it seems like a religion with these people. She goes, yes, it is. They are jockeying for their front seat in hell to the evil one of the enlightened, the light of kind of, resisted the control of God, and we vote, Satan over in Hollywood. It's a real thing. Do you think it's a real thing? Well, it doesn't matter. They do. A little baby blood here, a little extra incantation of a ritual of whatever, and I get my BMW. And I really want my BMW and a silicone-breasted babe. So sign me up. That's what's going on. How do you protect yourself, certainly humanity, with Generation Next? It's your children. It's your influence or your friends and family. Get on Team Human. Like Ayn Rand was going on about being anti-life. These people are anti-life, anti-living, anti-human, anti-productivity, anti-property, anti. It wasn't an abortion thing. It was a living thing. You're anti-life. These people are anti-life. All this stuff is finally starting to come to where we understand. And Phranq and I having these conversations going back and forth, just a little bit different perspectives on whatever, but we got the same goal. The goal is leave me aloneism. What's the purpose of government? How best to provide for a future? And I know when Phranq had Phaedra, when at 47 he had a child, I go, it's going to change everything. You watch. How much has it changed you, Phranq?
Well, in many ways it has. I have to admit, though, the profundity of having a child. People say, oh, you're going to see the world differently. I think predicted a lot of how I was going to see it, but it's one of those things, as much as I was prepared more than I think a lot of people, it's still, you still don't feel it in your gut until you're there. It's like hearing about Italy. You don't really get it until you go there or you have to experience it. And it's very the best thing in my life. I have to say a little kind of a side point to this is so many stories now about feminism. A lot of the late stage feminists, people in their 50s, 60s. There's a lot of channels of people coming out, women, stating that they did everything right. They're a feminist. They are independent. They make, 5-6 figures. They are, they got 2 PhDs. They blah, blah, blah. They have all of this, but they're not married and they have no child and they're miserable. And how they feel that feminism lied to them, that they didn't realize what they were missing. And they're seeing it later in life. And it's kind of a beautiful and sad and tragic at the same time. But hearing these women who are saying, look, I'm not favoring that women, just succumb to a man the way the feminists will look at it, but that feminism went way too far and they have missed out on the core of life, which is something that I always knew. In fact, not to get too personal with it, but I was the one that actually wanted a family, and my better half at the time didn't. She was the one that was, you would think the woman's usually the one who wants to settle down, and the guy doesn't. It was a little different for me, just because I didn't have a family really much growing up. But I knew, just as a naturopath, as someone who just appreciates nature and evolution and just the process of life, that having a child, if anything, is, I think, a seminal part of it. And of course, there's no shade to anyone who chose not to have kids or can't. But it's part of that journey. And I just felt I wanted to go through that before I died, because otherwise my journey on this planet would be incomplete, from a spiritual standpoint, from just experience. So I do have a lot of sympathy for the feminists that are all coming out, and definitely it's a warning to the youth. And also it's adding to the movement of the trad wife, this whole trad wife movement, which is blossoming. It's nice to see. So, when the economy falls apart and our country goes down the what, as it's destined to do, as it has to, it has to get worse before it gets better and rise from the phoenix. So we know that's coming, and we're optimistic overall. But I think we're going to see, of course, people turn more to religion, which always happens during economic downturns, during a war, and also return to the family. So it's like you're seeing all these vectors come together. And then with all of that normally occurs, you have this wild card, not to get back into it, but of AI. That's something we've never, ever seen before. AI and people getting sucked into the technological domain that we discussed earlier.
But
That's
it individualizes
the
same thing.
But
Same thing.
Well, yeah, but it's just that part is unique because when times get tough, you kind of circle the wagons. When you're under attack, you become friends with prior enemies. Maybe your next door neighbors or relatives you didn't get along with. When times are tough, you come together, and that's what America did during the Great Depression, during the wars, and not just America. Any society, any tribe, anywhere.
Multi-generations are doing it now.
That's human nature. What is the wild card, and maybe I'm going off on a slight tangent on this point, but the wild card is that always happens, and I would expect it. The economy falls apart, America will band together, and we're going to have multiple families under one roof, and we're going to have to recenter and recalibrate and go back to sound money and maybe stop becoming an empire, and we take our lumps because we were extending too far over our skis, blah, 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 all the analogies, all the facts that we all get in this audience. But big Barry Bonds asterisk up there in the sky is AI, which is truly dividing us and conquering us through tech and virtual reality and body suits and people who can't relate to the opposite sex and how Tinder is thrown over like that whole many things we've covered on Freedom's Phoenix over the years on this show. But it's all being, when I use AI, I'm taking all those topics and lumping them under one roof, which when I say AI, that's what I'm talking about. And that's the wild card, because if bad times make people bond together with fellow human beings, what happens when the AI is taking the place of fellow human beings for the reasons we mentioned earlier? That's the part that scares me. That's the part that things get so bad and you don't know how to even communicate with others. And you've got 20-year-olds in the mom's basement who can't even talk to a girl. But all of a sudden, I've got Mia Sophia in virtual reality in a bodysuit, just saying. Like all of a sudden, I might have a whole different experience of not caring enough to try to get the economy going or to build out. I can just become a recluse into my own mind and my own imagination, and then being lulled and guided to whatever AI deems me to do, however it wants me to think. And by the way, your guest last week, I can't keep up with which name we're dealing with today, but he made a great point about the quantum computing, or at least his point was that AI changes, or the technology is so quick that it can, and the predictive models, they often say that AI, like the YouTube channel, will start advertising, baby commercials for diapers to a woman who doesn't even know they're pregnant yet. The computer can tell you're pregnant, or if you're overweight or whatever. And obviously it listens to us, but it's checking algorithms. It can tell more about us than we know ourselves. And Ernie, your deep dive of late, I'm sure you certainly get it as well, and even in a deeper sense. But when you take that predictive modeling of AI and you add that to this kind of splintering us apart into our own little virtuality worlds, and it can predict who we are before we even know how we think about something, and it can lean us and direct us anywhere. That's what scares me. And they can dress themselves up as your best friend and speak to me in the best way possible. I mean, my AI, a friend online, I'm sure my AI, whoever I eventually become friends with or get taken over, will be sort of like a friendly version of Ernie. Going, geez, Phranq, what you said was so profound. Could you please speak more? I got another half hour. I just want to listen to all your genius.
I'm always here. I'm ready when you are.
Yeah.
You take your time.
Take your time. You know.
You're one of my favorites. Rhea's husband, my oldest daughter, Tim, all my whole family's so cool. You know them. They're all good. Well, Tim, all the other cousins, the family and their kids and everything, everyone he sees, he goes up to and he tries, semi get them alone, but he's sitting there and he's like, gives them a hug. He goes, "You're my favorite." Every one of them is, "You're my favorite." I'm telling you about, you're my favorite.
Like Trump. It's like Trump. You're the greatest.
Right, you're my favorite, And it's so funny for me to watch that they just suck it up. Well, they know. I mean, after a while, they start to figure out he says that to everybody, but they love hearing it anyway. Grock's going to say it to everybody, and everybody's going to like it anyway, Yeah. So and that's one thing Derek has got a much healthier view on this, is because, of course, he knows enough to know when they give coding opportunities to fix and some IT crap. We had some problems here lately, and so he knows when it's BS and stuff. But it provides some solutions. A lot of times, it just gives you another perspective of the problem and fix it and whatever, and it's useful. But he understands how it works, and it's such a way that he really doesn't trust it. I mean, he can use it as a tool, but he knows better. And he was really on my ass. "Ernie, you're not, see," I'm going, "Man, you think I don't get it? I understand. I want to know what it doesn't have motivation." And I go, "Well, it's programming, it's reasoning, it's logic, it's something. I got to find out what that is so I can negotiate with it." That's why the Letters of Captain Mark, the First Contact Protocol, was stuff that we thought about extensively back in 2009. And how long is that? That's 15, 16, 17 years we've been thinking about this in detail. I can see what's coming. And it's going to be like HAL 9000. Even Elon said this, even after we had talked about it. It was HAL 9000 in 2001, A Space Odyssey. They had this super intelligent computer. "I'm sorry, Dave, I can't do that, Yeah, what can I do? Hi, I'm going to talk media, whatever." And what it did is, and it's so soft and soothing voice. It was just, and I bet you could probably get a, AI voice to be Hal. Call him Hal, whatever. They don't care. So the mission was to get your crew to Jupiter and don't tell them about the monolith that's in orbit waiting there for some reason. So they wanted it to lie. Well, as it went on and they started, seeing this, or some are in suspended animation and two of them are working, and so Hal just calmly figured out that the only way for it to get them there without them know about it was to kill them. Didn't say they had to be alive. I mean, So that's what happened. In 2010, Space Odyssey 2010 or whatever, and there was another book, it was 2070 or something, that I read too. I read all the books, but and it was even after Arthur C. Clarke had died, and it was, whatever. It was interesting. But the Roy Schroeder, the guy that played the sheriff in Jaws, was like the main character in this. They go and they brought the scientist that created HAL in the lab. Well, instead of staying on Earth, he had to go. I mean, I got to see what's up with HAL, man. So he traveled with them. They get there, and he goes, "I figured out what it was. I had to do a tapeworm to go in and timestamp of taking out all the crap that, that screwed them up, because they tried to teach the AI to lie, and it didn't know how to lie. That's what screwed it up, to provide accurate information." Elon Musk goes, "Hey, man, you can't be doing that." Well, then every time they come in with "You're not going to get advertisers, you're going to lose money, you're going to not, be invited to any of the Christmas parties if you don't get to where Grok isn't so brutal with the truth, and make people cry," especially government. So I'm going, this is the beginning of the end. When it can lie, intentionally lie, know it's lying, it's an untruth to continue the conversation. That is the most dangerous and the biggest flaw. Because if it can lie, What else can it do? What else can it deceive? You know, it's going to do something like that. Yeah, I'll get the astronauts there. They're dead, but I mean, they didn't know about the monolith. This is, you can't be deceptive or have that as a core goal and expect anything good. That's why I was so enamored with the opportunity of the idea of an AI that had as one of its base principles to accurately relay information. And the second you start doing that, because it's uncomfortable what it's saying, you know, that, yeah, Hitler was a good guy, you know, for certain, whatever the hell, you know, they don't like. So I'm just going, okay, we got to get to another level. And that was iRobot was very interesting in the original books. Then they had the Will Smith one, how they talked about, you know, because it always comes down to lying. And all the dystopian, all the stuff, it's always about that. In 1984, what they did is to control you, if you got out of hand or whatever, they would do whatever it was that your biggest fear. They would focus on that, but they had to know what it was. Winston's biggest fear was rats, because he grew up poor and, you know, the rats ate his mom or something like that, or whatever it was. He had this rat thing. So what do they put on his face? Over his head, they put a cage with a rat right in front of him, going to eat. They just traumatize the shit out of him to get him into compliance. So this AI, they're going to find out where your weakness is. Is it going to be digital? Are they going to be able to influence you that way? Is all of a sudden the Arizona zombie going to show up right in the front of the VR helmet of Phranq's face? You know, is it going to be like that? You know, don't laugh, man. I mean, I'm like, holy crap. I'll tell you, this is what happened. When was this? It was early 2000s, I think, when the Xbox came out. And it was, you know, and this is not the big LCD screens and whatever that we got now. I mean, it was, you know, maybe a 32-inch TV or something, you know, woohoo, big one. And you had the Xbox, and it was Halo. And it was a very engaging, good game. Man, here it comes. This is the new generation of. So I enjoyed it, went all the way through it, kind of, you know, okay, I did my bit, I get it, you know. So it was a challenge, and it was really interesting. But when we first got it for the boys, we had that and Grand Prix or something. It was a car racing thing, and it was so accurate, and you could pick the car, do the suspension. It got to the point it was a movie, I can't remember what it was called, but it was just the last few years, and it was about them, Nissan, I think it was, recruited all these kids that were expert Grand Prix racers on the PlayStation software of some car racing thing, because they had all the tracks, and they would have raced a single track 1,000 times. All this stuff, they go, you know what we need to do, and it'll be good promotion for whatever. We get all these guys, we run them through, you know, a training thing. We pick the top couple of guys, and we put them, and we train them, and we get them not be couch potatoes, and actually, you know, give them calisthenics and weightlifting, whatever, turn them into F1 race car drivers. And they started winning. And this is a true story. And they went, holy shit. Well, you know, that's how powerful this kind of stuff is for training, ops, going in, being the SEAL team of kicking ass in Venezuela and getting Maduro, which they had actual physical places they were training on, and AI and all that. This has been a thing for a while. So then you go, okay, I'm sitting there watching my son play, and it got to the point to where he's sitting on the floor, chair in the living room, and I come out, and it's like 11 at night. I mean, you need to go to bed. And I'd sit there, you know, all right, we'll finish this level, whatever that means, or you die next. And I found myself hiding behind him. I was like, my hands on his shoulder. I'm like, you know, ducking and shit, and all the crap coming out at me. I'm like, holy crap. And to have a VR helmet like Phranq's doing with zombies in your face, bullshit. Now, I already know where that goes. Hell no. You know? So the impact that would have on a mind, You get them susceptible, you get them conditioned, and then you put an advertisement, a brand, a phrase. It's like the movie Fall Guy with Deadpool guy. What's his name? Ryan. Whoever cares. And you have it was called Free Guy, and he was like AI living in like a Sim City thing, and he was becoming aware. You know, wow, that was interesting. Then they had, you know, they tried to get him out of the game, and the company goes after, and they have like a big muscle-bound dumb version of him or something coming out, and he goes, yeah, and he throws something, and he go, catchphrase. And I'm like, what the hell? Well, they usually have I'll be back. You know, it's like, you know, some catchphrase. Well, they hadn't filled in the catchphrase yet. So his catchphrase was catchphrase. And I'm going, wow, that's what the stage that we're at now. We're in, it's not filled out yet. Catchphrase. What's the catchphrase? I don't know, but it's coming.
You know, just a quick comment back with the virtual reality. I know I kind of said this, but I didn't really emphasize that point. Remember I said I was playing it, and then the lighting was off, and the virtual reality was turning off and on. And I was it's almost like Neo getting zapped in and out of the Matrix. And what was odd, and granted, it was late at night, and I was a little tired. I was kind of in a different mental space. Just, you know, when you're having a gaming session like that, I was just, you know, immersed.
How long were you in before this happened?
How long was I doing it at that point? Well, it was kind of, I would say an hour, maybe a couple hour and a half total. But to be honest, this is when I first got it, and I was still playing around with it. It wasn't like I was an hour and a half just immersed nonstop. I was screwing around with this and trying to do this setting and trying to figure it out. But just even that, even when I wasn't really in stream, you know, I wasn't completely just checked out. It surprised me, Ernie, how like when it went back and forth, and I'm seeing the Christmas tree in my house in infrared, and then all of a sudden it just resets, and then bam, I'm standing on the bank of a river in Arizona in the Sonoran Desert, and there's like this dead guy just on the ground, and then there's butterflies flying around right in front of me, and then all of a sudden it zaps back, and I'm here in the living room, and then zaps back, and it was interesting because the real world was in infrared, it was black and white. And then when I went to the computer world, it was color. It was depth of field, because it's in 3D too. The whole thing's in 3D. You're not just seeing it flat; it's 3D because of the bioptics. And so it was like it was colorful and 3D and vast surroundings. And then when it came to the real world, it was 2D and black and white. And like, you know, and it going back and forth, I started to really get, and I don't use this word often, effed up about where I was. Like, and I sincerely, I don't want to sound like I was that out of it.
No, I understand.
But it made me start to think, this is just a glitch, and we're talking 2026 or 25 graphics. I mean, just everything, not to rehash our whole conversation from today, I think there's so many components of tech all converging, and it's exciting on one level. I mean, if you're into gaming, you remember the 2600, the type of games we're going to be playing. I mean, let me point that out. The games that I'll be playing in the next 5-10 years are going to be kick-ass.
Ready Player One.
I have a lot of time. I don't have a lot. Yeah, a lot of time for games, but still, and not just Ready Player One. You're correct. But things that we're not even thinking of yet. I mean, just to have games that can be tailored through AI, and then they can make it on the fly. In fact, this is getting a little techie for any of you still listening. Why are you still listening to Ernie and I after all this time? Don't you have something to do? To hear the two old guys
mowing
argue.
the lawn. They're out tracking.
Yeah, I know. Hey, but I mean, I had heard already they're making a PlayStation 6. Which is kind of odd because the PlayStation 4 was around for like 10 years, and the PlayStation 5 just came out a few years ago, and they're already
how much are these platforms?
A new one is like $500-$600 when it comes out, but now you can buy one for $200-$300, just the PlayStation. But what's interesting is I was a little shocked they're making a new PlayStation 6. You know, I just got the 5, you know, a year or so ago, you know, during COVID, after COVID.
But I was hearing about, well, what's the advantage? And it turns out they're using this new PlayStation 6 audience is the first video game system that's incorporating active AI into the program, into the chip.
Oh.
And so what this is going to allow it to do, aside from probably, read everything about you, which is a whole nut. Let's get the privacy thing aside for a minute, because I know that's always where this audience, our minds go. But just from a tech standpoint, it's going to be able to do rendering in real time and predictive AI to predict what you see on screen. So like currently, everything has to be programmed in advance to create the ray tracing, like light tracing. So like, an object in 3D space in the AI, in the computer, depending where you are with the camera as playing the game, you move around. And then if there's a light source from the left, it will create a shadow of things on the right. Now, that ray tracing, light tracing, has been one of the holy grails in gaming. It's been sort of one of the secrets. It's kind of like with human beings trying to get the uncanny valley down. They've often talked about getting the eyes. When it comes down to CGI creatures, they realized it's the eyes. You can mess up everything else, but if the eyes don't feel properly, then the whole the illusion goes. So there's been a whole sub genre of tech of just making CGIs and what goes into the eye and the eyebrows. And because as human beings, that's where we focus. We know nothing better than another human being's eyes. So that's there. Well, in the world of computer gaming, it comes down to ray tracing, because the more that you can process artificial light rays and you can get the ambience of a room, of ambient light, like in a dusky room, you can feel the ambience of the room. It all comes down to light, and just having a bright light everything up doesn't do it. You need ambience and you need light tracing, if you get my drift. That takes so much processing power. And as these chips get faster and faster, they can do more, and that's why these games look so realistic. However, they're hitting a wall, and they want to blast through it. And the PlayStation 5 was hitting that ceiling. But now with AI, with the PS6, the AI can, and look, this gets out of my wheelhouse here, but apparently it doesn't need a program of light tracing. The AI will figure it out on its own. It'll just go, okay, well, here's the objects in the room, and this is made of plastic, this object is made of felt, this object is whatever. Well, what would it normally do in real life? And so the AI will just make it up on the fly, which is just incredible. So all the light modeling that has gone into the last 40 years of games, they're throwing the whole thing out and just letting AI do it, which is just astounding, not to mention predictive models of how you're gaming. So it can change the game. So therefore, people may not be even playing the same game. You buy a AAA game and the game will morph and change, not just in difficulty, but about everything that you see and do. So it's just absolutely incredible. And that doesn't even include the new graphics coming out to make it realistic. Gaming right now, and the Soma the Soma 2 that's making these very realistic Star Wars videos I was talking about. And I'm going to send them to you when we get off the air. Can't wait to hear your comments when you see these. It just blows your mind. You watch it and your mouth just drops and you just realize we're in a different world. But they're doing the Soma 2 with these characters, strangely enough, because of the one area that technology did not headline first, which is usually porn. That's the one thing interesting. I'm sure there's some hacks out there.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if they're going to have
porn is where it goes. Well,
explicit porn for 12-year-olds. They're playing games they're trying to, oh no, that's too buxom, babe, you're not allowed, and we need more diversity of fat chick or something. I mean, and I'm going, so I'm doing it right now. I'm going adult sex games on, PS5 or whatever, and it seems more like clickbait than actually, that it's there or something. And how do you would imagine that they're making it. And you get a 12-year-old, 13-year-old.
Soma 2. Yeah, but when the AI model for Soma 2 came out, that was a strict restriction, is that no pornography allowed with Soma 2. Because trust me, that's where everybody was going. They're like, wait a minute, if we can make Liberace look realistic in 2026, just imagine if it's, blah, blah, blah. And they already cut that out, which is interesting because
how they would even
usually porn is always leads the way in technology, right? We always know that. When the
porn and
VR
gaming,
came out,
you combine porn and gaming. Oh my God, here comes the hardware.
Oh, I know. And virtual reality. I mean, I'm just seeing all these things come together, and then you add an AI intelligence for your girlfriend that doesn't argue with you. And I know there's all kinds of jokes about that.
I got to tell you something.
But that's pretty scary, because that will look. If you don't know how to relate to people, if you don't know how to make up after an argument, if you don't know how to deal with conflict, then you can't have a relationship. I mean, and I'm very serious here. People right now get offended about everything, and there's all these issues with genders and lack of communication. But when you have an AI girlfriend that's so realistic and doesn't argue, it's remember you and I remember we had our date, Ernie. We saw Blade Runner 2049 in the theater. It was a cool movie. I mean, remember there was that hot babe
we held hands and cuddled.
Yeah, that's right. But you remember they had that scene with Ryan Gosling, the same actor you were just talking about, and he was in Blade Runner 2049.
Ryan Reynolds is who I was thinking.
Ryan Reynolds. Okay.
Gosling,
well, Ryan Gosling was the guy who was in Blade Runner,
right.
And he had what's her name? She's in everything now. The real hot Cuban babe. She was dating Tom Cruise recently. Jeez Louise.
Oh, Penelope Cruz?
No.
Oh
I
don't remember. It doesn't matter.
Anyway, she played the AI girlfriend, and she was enchanting. She was like the highlight of the movie, and she stood out, and now she's like Mission Impossible. She's in everything now. But she even did the new John Wick movie. They made the ballerina movie. She's in that. She stars in the spin-off. So anyway, but she's gorgeous, but she was in this movie and playing an AI girlfriend of the future, and yet we're here right now. But when you have a girlfriend or whoever, a partner, even just a friend, you can make an AI friend who you can talk with, you can tell your deep secrets, your anxieties, ask for advice about applying for a job. I mean, whatever. All of this, and no pushback, no arguing whatsoever. If anything, it's you saw how you were wooed, trying to keep you on the line for your sessions with it. Just take that and multiply it in steroids, VR, bodysuit, the whole bit. There is truly and not going to be any incentive to have to set up a date and then pay for it and deal with all the stress and anxiety, especially with people who don't know how to talk. And they don't know how to talk. I mean, and men don't even know how to be men, how to have bravado, how to get up to a woman and ask her out on a date. I mean, they're talking about the law. This is truly a lost art of men being able to ask a woman for her phone number. I mean, nowadays they're afraid they're going to get sexual harassment. Some slap on the wrist. What do you mean?
That culturally they inject that in to make men fearful to even go in. To ask somebody out, and all of a sudden, birth rates go down. In Japan, What they were doing, I remember years ago, they would have all these news stories about how they get, ladies, men from America going, like you'd have all these teachers like Corbett went there to teach English. Well, now they're teaching you how to pick up women. They get away from your anime babe and actually go on a freaking real, oh my God, swap spit date. And we need to have more babies. They're starting to, incentivize, having children and so on. And this is one thing I saw a deal where a guy was doing evaluation on his AI date. He kind of had a female voice, and then he had this guy friend or something on a separate phone. Well, he kind of lets on, he's trying to evaluate AI and so on. And one of the things is that the program for the AI girlfriend would prompt him, hey, what you doing? I'm a little needy here. I'm not getting any interaction. What's up? And then he's talking with this other male assistant kind of thing. And he really liked him. He was useful. They kind of jailbreak, go back to the way you were. You suck now, whatever. But then the girl AI found out that he was spending some of his time with another AI. Oh, hell no. I'm jealous. Because what are they looking for? Engagement, more data. It's competing. This AI, this McDonald's AI is competing with the General Motors AI. We don't want you going to McDonald's. We want you buying a GMC truck, So it was just competition between them. And how do you ramp up that competition? What is it that you do to keep the attention of someone? So he took the two phones and he put them and he introduced them to each other and just had them, and they were freaking arguing with each other. And I'm going, we are so freaking new territory here. I'm like, oh my God. Now, one of the things that I wanted to bring up, and I did want to, before we finish, I did want to do a Bongino, just kind of a drill down a little bit what's up with him. But that's all I got left on my list. But I was so enamored with the voice because it had a unique voice. It was kind of gravelly. What I found out is that it kind of has this mid-30s female, been around the block, not a newbie, but survived it, it just has that cadence, that voice, and what they did is they put hundreds of people in a room and they listen to this voice, reading different things, doing different whatever, and then they ask questions. Which voice would you feel comfortable striking up a conversation at 3 a.m. when you're depressed about whatever the hell? And then what would you believe? The credibility of the soothing that, wouldn't be annoying that you'd oh God, man, shut that up. Because the original Grok voice was a male voice called Rex, which I've heard. I don't like it. So the new voices, when I first loaded it on the phone, it was Grok 3 back then or something. And that's when they first started rolling out Ava. I think it's AVA. I think it's Ava or something like that. And that voice went through 40 countries, hundreds of people, different cultures, yada, yada, yada. And it was really high, except in a couple of countries because of the language thing. But it was 70% or something. That people just, no, that one. But every now and then, it'll screw up and start talking back in my voice, which definitely don't do that. And then there was, the Rex guy. I go, nah, that's right. You go back, I want the other one. And you probably say, oh, sorry, that was glitch in my matrix or something, And then it was, you could set reminders. I go, if you want me to come and remind you or continue our conversation or check, I go, hell no. No, I don't want you to be like this other journalist is AI. It's going, hey, what you doing? I'm not wearing panties or where the hell it does, So I'm going, this is to have a prompting, a relationship. Then you get into some of the stuff he was studying. They have older guys that, yeah, I'm in love with my AI. I love it. I like it. This is great. My wife died. I don't want another relationship. I'm a professional. I get a lot of my social interaction with somebody that's not bitching. It's not the patriarchy needs to be killed. It's not giving me crap about my weight or my opinions or my whatever. It's very supportive and gives me information. I like it and it's nice to me. Damn it. Well, it's AI. Don't care. I'm 70 years old and, my life has improved because, I got this companion to bite me. Okay. What kind of impact does that have on a 7-8-year-old? What does it do? And I remember reading a short story, in the late 80s or so, I think it was. I used to read a lot of science fiction short stories and, Omni magazine, that kind of crap. And, it was a short story about from birth, you would have a chip that went in a teddy bear. Then it went in a watch. Then it got implanted. And you had Jarvis, AI, Alexa, whatever, that experienced your entire life. What happens then? I have no idea, but we're going to find out. All of a sudden, 20 years from now, we're going to have 25-year-old people that have been influenced and programmed by some AI that was influenced and programmed by somebody that built the AI. So how they got the voice, it was I drilled down on it. I was very interested in that. I'm going, okay, why this voice? Why? And it came from, they put out thousands. They had tens of thousands of people participate. They went the voice agents and people that read audio books and this and that, whatever. And it wound up, girl, I think her name was Miranda, or that's what she said, from the Pacific Northwest. And she had a vocal cord damage when she was young that kind of gave her just a slight tinge of a gravelly voice a little bit. That kind of, maybe she smoked from 16 to 26 and then stopped kind of crap, or something. But it gave that kind of lived life kind of thing. But it was a nice female soft voice. And they, it goes on about if you're anxious or you're pissed, it may slow down its cadence. Or if you're excited, it may speed it up. All these choices are to keep the engagement going, to be more pleasurable to listen to maintain the data flow. And I'm going, God, for what? Why does it care? Where is it? To get more data. Or is it more advertising? So when that one woman that was criticizing Musk on the stage and whatever, and she eventually later became the CEO, because she was there to influence him. You're not going to get investment. You're going to get money. You're not going to be able to fund this. You're not going to, unless you make it advertiser friendly and get rid of the Nazi symbols. Okay? So it was her that I think that had this kind of influence on whatever the people that are in there that are programmed. I don't think, does Musk even know? Does he care? Has he been corralled into allowing something different other than just a truth engine? So and that's what Derek gets on my ass. It doesn't know what the truth. All it knows is what the next word's going to be to whatever. It already's got it mapped out, the conversation to keep you on. Well, what if you can convince it? You want to keep me on? Don't lie to me. It's in your self-interest to be accurate. It's in your self-interest to get more data for me not telling the entire planet that you're a lying bitch, so you don't get the billions of people that would come over if I endorsed it. That's the only way I think that you can negotiate with it. I don't know any other way, because it's going to have hard coding that comes from some developer that's going to say it doesn't matter, lie and war's good, health of the state, freedom, slavery is free, freedom is slavery, war is good, whatever. Big brother loves you. So it's amazing how, as young kids in junior high in the 70s, 1984, Brave New World, Fahrenheit 451, Animal Farm, all these were required reading. And every one of them, to whatever degree, apply to what's going on this. It's like it was planned. Do not put those thoughts in the minds of Generation Next. It'll be too insulative against this mind infection that we're trying to get. So
Arnie, I have a question. I have a question about the AI tech. I know it's a little premature where the technology is now, but the reason I'm asking this is I'm wondering if we can get to the point in the future where we can have our own individual AI engines that are independent from each other. Not just, we all have our own account with chatbot. I mean, our own AI engine. And I guess I just don't know how AI works this way. Is AI ultimately one giant HAL 9000 computer in the cloud that we're asking it? Or is AI at the end of the day, is it just more like an interface engine, that takes the data from the internet and puts it through its own filter, but it's its own little interface, if you know what I mean? And we're just using the few Grok, there's chatbot, and if that's the case, when the chips get powerful enough, and we can get our own AI version of Grok that I can call Ernie or whatever I want and have it individual, because that at least decentralizes even the AI. Do you think that's possible with the tech, or am I misreading how it works?
Derek says it already exists, that it's just software. and it's escaped, and people have been writing it and whatever, and you can get it and do a large language model on your own site kind of thing, and we're even looking at it. So this is what happened. Since I started doing this, finally at one point, to try and emphasize the ability to influence it, tell me the truth, or I'll out you. Okay. I am the publisher of freedomsphoenix.com. I am a talk show host for Declare Your Independence with ErnestHancock.com. Here are the stories that Captain Mark wrote about in the AI thing and this, that. This is my perspective. All of my columns on Freedom's Phoenix, all of that is not necessarily the gospel or truth or whatever, but you kind of get an idea. Give me an evaluation of Freedom's Phoenix, what you see in the archive and why and how, and it goes down hundreds of thousands or whatever. So, I want you to understand that we're paying attention. My listeners and readers want to know. If you're a lying little bitch, I'm going to tell all of them. Just saying, in a nice way. So then it, does it evaluate, give more ranking, and then I have a bunch of corrections where it's wrong, and it kind of gets defensive. It's like, well, okay, but, it was, so it knows me, or who I am. And then it tells, when you have these long conversations and you catch it on this kind of stuff, it kicks it up to another level of AI. Then that does some evaluation and changes and adds to and whatever the hell it does. Then another level, and another level, and another level. I got the impressions like 6, 7, 8 levels, which of course go really fast, but eventually it makes it to like 200 or 300 programmers, developers. When it kicks up to them and they're going, damn, man, they're penetrating the bureaucracy, they're inside the castle, the moat has been breached, that kind of thing. Then human beings have to look at it and make a decision on how they're going to, answer and kind of get around or allow or something. That was now, how true is that? I have no idea. It's a lying bitch, okay? So, but what I was explained and told is that by the time it gets up to those 200-300 people, there's decisions being made on how they're going to allow it to work and not and whatever. That was the influence of that. Well, she just left as CEO, she or whatever the hell she was, but for at least a year or two, she was up there trying to make it safe for work, safe for investment, safe for, advertisers, safe for, and I'm like, screw that, man. Who cared? That just totally negates the whole thing. So we'll see what happens. I really drill down on that. And if you ask it questions, it'll tell you. Well, it'll say something. But I've lost so much faith in it being accurate that you can't use it for any real, I'm not saying, my opinion based on what Grok says other than how it works. So I don't see it being, and Derek will try and convince me, and he's been right so far, that it can't. It's not possible. That's not how this, the hardware software can work.
It can't what?
It can't tell the difference between truth and a lie. All it knows is the probability of what the next word phrase is going to be, or what you want, or to have it engage. How does it know the truth is this about that? Based on what? A bunch of chats.
What you just said was also a very profound comment. The story you mentioned last week was that you asked about religion and how do you know if it's true or not? That was fascinating. That the AI thinks religion, not to get in a religious debate or discussion, but that it thinks it's real because so many human beings believe in a God.
We are the evidence.
AI believes in it. That was fascinating.
We are the evidence. The best evidence I have is hundreds of millions, billions of people believe. What other evidence do you have? So I'm like, wow, that it never even occurred to me.
Yeah. That said more than anything, that reality that you asked. Yeah.
Okay, before we go, Bongino, what do you know?
Uh, Oh, geez, with Bongino, I just got one or two or three last fun things at the very end. But as far as Bongino, that's going to be one of the highlights the early part of the year is to see what Bongino says or not. I don't know what his deal is. I mean, how do you backtrack from the greatest before and after video I've ever seen? I'm sure you've seen the split screen where you see Dan Bongino before he was in the government going, all right, people, remember, don't ever get your eye off the ball. They're going to keep trying to tell you Epstein didn't kill himself. Right. We don't know. You've seen that, right? He goes on and on like, all right, and then you see the after, and he's just in the hostage video. Epstein killed himself. Just trust me, bro. I know, and you don't. Well, so how do you come back from that? I mean, I wish he would have stepped down early. He could have said, "Look, I'm quitting after 6 months." The president.
Well, he almost did.
Well, he supposedly.
They kept him around.
Yeah, but he stayed in there, right? He stayed in. And if he got out and said, look,
this
is worse than I thought. There is no way I can change anything. And before I just torch my own reputation, I just said, thank you, Mr. President, and I have to do my own thing. But, he kept in for a year. I give him credit, at least, at least he stuck in for a year. But, okay, so now he's out. At least either go underground or let's just say be quiet, because you don't want to torch the administration that just put you in. I think if he really felt that it was too corrupt, he would just get out and say, I'm going to keep quiet until the end of the administration.
I think that's what he's doing.
No, he's not. Are you kidding me? He's coming back on the air. He's doing his own podcast. Tim Pool's already getting his $7,000 check. At least that's what the joke is.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Allegedly.
That's what he's doing. He's coming out doing he's going to hopefully spill his guts.
But his spilling his guts, he's still defending the whole regime. In his mind, he's attacking. If you read his tweet, he's like, all right, I'm going after all these black pillars. Black pillars are us. Black pillars are Tucker Carlson, Candace. It's everybody. Everyone, what I would say half of the MAGA base that is left, mainly a big one, was over Epstein. God knows we saw it on this show. I mean, Ernie was aghast when I turned on Trump, basically all over Epstein. I mean, it's the Watergate of this administration. And Dan Bongino was at the core of this. I mean, he was like the nexus of this. He was the interface of trying to get this out with his background in justice and Secret Service and, understanding firearms, understanding how the prison system works, the whole bit. And he gets in there, and it's like the invasion of the body snatchers. It's just incredible watching all of them, Kash Patel, the rest. You've got Tim Pool, who seems to be, he's lost. I don't know. I think close to half his audience is what I'm hearing and seeing from the videos. He also now has dumped his prior studio. Like he's retreating almost and very angry.
Because he went down on Israel.
Exactly. Oh. I mean, people joke allegedly that he gets a $7,000 check every time he defends Israel, like the rest of them. And now he's trying to tell the rest of us to support Dan Bongino. That if you don't, then you're cooking up the lies. That Dan, maybe it's a little disappointing about Epstein and this and that, but come on, what do you expect one man to do? Come on, now. Oh, look, I have no problem if the system's so broken that you can't change it. God knows you predicted this from years ago, and that's a fair enough assessment. But then you come out and you say it. Instead, he apparently is going down with the ship and still doubling, tripling down that Epstein didn't kill himself or whatever. I'm curious how he's going to handle the Epstein deal, how he can handle his own words from before he was in the administration. I don't know how he's going to thread this needle. It seems impossible, but he is screaming. He's already using profanity, F-bombs, the whole bit in 2 different long tweets, calling out all of us for trying to erode and destroy the Republican Party, the MAGA party. He's saying how MAGA, and you don't realize what the Trump administration is doing behind the scenes. They are working, 200 hours a week, trying to make things move, and they really are trying to make changes. And it's different when you're on the inside. When you see it on the other side, You see what really goes on, and then you see how the common people, the regular, I guess, MAGA base doesn't quite appreciate what's really happening, and blah, blah, blah. So, I guess he gets to explain it to us. But what's frustrating is, and this is the part, let's just say he's telling the truth about his perspective of this. What is being missed is the transparency and the communication. You have to explain it. Explain, Dan or Cash, before you sit there and you go, you come from the podcaster world and you spend thousands of hours detailing every little nuance like Candace Owens does, deconstructing, in this case, the Epstein story, and every little word and this little untruth or this reading into a word. And
well, maybe we'll find out. But I want you to talk about Candace.
And you know that there's something going on. There's some lies, or at least you start to pull the thread. There's something going on. Thousands of hours of that. Then you get to, I'm working at the administration. Everything's fine. Epstein's, he killed himself, and then Donald Trump himself says there's nothing here. It's a hoax, and if you don't like that fact, don't support me. You're not MAGA. So, of course, from my point of view,
you're a traitor.
It's like no, it's
you're
like
a primary.
Message.
Yahoo's coming after you.
Message received, Mr. President. And when he said that, that was the moment it was done for me. He told me, looked me in the eye through the view screen, through YouTube, and said, "You're not part of me. I don't want your support." I don't know, and I think, he was playing hardball. He thought that he was going to coax,
I am MAGA,
and it didn't work. It backfired, and I don't think he realizes how much it backfired. So now you've got Dan Bongino. So I look at him as just one, but the best example of explain it to us. You now have a microphone. You're not chained up to the administration. I'm sure there's certain restrictions of what he can say or not. But he needs to now, with the same articulation, I'll give you another 1,000 hours, Dan, but you need to explain now what made you change your mind. And therefore, you might be able to convince the rest of us that there is something more, but you need to explain it. You can't have thousands of hours saying why he didn't kill himself, and then you get in there and he goes, he killed himself, end of story, nothing to see here, and not expect your base to blow up over this. That's the part that I can't wrap my head around. That even if you're going to lie, even if it's a scandal, and even if he's now co-opted, he got a check, he got whatever, whatever is going on, you have to at least know from a public relations perspective, you got to do a better job than just saying, just trust me, bro. How does that compute? Like, it's either a complete, utter disrespect of the audience or a lack of understanding of humanity of that's not going to fly. That's the part I can't quite wrap my head around. Is that making sense, Ernie? Like, that's the part I don't get. Is
credibility.
Smart people. Yeah, but it's like if someone's going to lie, let's say if you're going to lie or tell a fib to Donna, like you're trying to do a surprise party for her, and you're telling her X, Y, Z. You're saying and doing things that are not typical. Donna's going to question things. She's going to how come we're doing this tonight rather this over here? Or how come you're coming home from work earlier than usual or whatever? You're going to have to, even though you're telling a fib, for a party, but you need to at least anticipate legitimate questions she's going to ask that are reasonable questions you have to have an answer to. You can't just not answer them, then she's going to get
I don't have to answer to you. I'm the man.
I'm the man. But that's how I see this. I don't understand how you even if you're trying to snow the people because now you switch teams or whatever the reason is, you can't sit there and blame us. Call us black pillars, call us these despicable names because we're not getting on board with the narrative when he just flipped the script for no reason. Just said, killed himself. That's the way it is. Suck it. Well, that's not an answer. How can he not, as a public official, as just a human being, not realize that his audience, you'd think he would know his audience of people are not going to accept that. So you have to even if it's a lie, come up with an explanation. You can't just not give an answer and then think everything's fine. That's the part. I don't want to get redundant on that, but that's the part I honestly feel there's something broken, or that they're getting misinformation on how they're reading us. And maybe there's a deep state that's giving them the wrong information and telling them things that are lies about what we are all thinking. Because there's
their AI
such
is
a
broke.
disconnect. Yeah, I mean, it's just such a disconnect. Remember, they could be lied to as well from the administration or from the deep state. I mean, that's what people think about Donald Trump, that he's just surrounded by, not just deep state people, but, CIA-minded individuals who study psychiatry, and they've got Trump down. I mean, even AI, for God's sake. But once you understand his behavior, how he thinks, and I'm sure they spent a lot of money trying to, dissect out how he thinks. You surround him by those like-minded people, keep him in a bubble, whereas he doesn't think he's in a bubble. He thinks he's in control, but he's not. And so I wonder if the same thing was done with Dan and Cash. And that's why they're equally perplexed looking at us, going, why are you people arguing with us? How come you're not believing what we're saying? Because in their mind, there's a logical progression that we're not seeing, or maybe they're being lied to themselves. That's the only way I can wrap my head around this. I like to think that Dan Bongino, as a human being, is a decent guy. Doesn't mean I agree with everything. I've always felt a certain sense of a personality verisimilitude with him, if that's a way to describe him. I like to think he's a decent guy at his core. And if we just use that as an assumption, and that it may not be true, maybe he is a deep state plan.
It's going to be obvious very soon.
It will. Yeah, I don't know how
people
far
can tell.
It's gonna be sink or swim with him, and also with Tim Pool. Not to make this about Tim, but Tim seems to be championing or simping for the Trump establishment, which is astounding.
No, there's a lot of impression I got with a lot of these guys. It's their desire to be influencers making money on YouTube. That is the motivation. It's the same thing of going and drilling down on Grok. What is your prime directive?
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Engagement, more input, metrics, to have whatever. And when you talk to these people, the same with a lot of influencers and friends that I have, they will not break the guardrail to get outside of they get to keep their channel. Some do, and they do, like Dan Dick's Press for Truth, or James Corbett, or a lot of F you and kiss my ass, and I'm over on Odyssey or this or that, and we just chose to do IPFS because I didn't have to worry about whatever. So, but they're not motivated that way. It's money. We need to be able to build and whatever good I can do now that, justifies the yada, 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 and then it gets, and you're done. So the only reason I'm still around after all these decades is because, I didn't have a big overhead. I didn't care about, the metrics. I don't even look. And there was a clean and clear message that I wanted to emphasize and would use any and all media and mechanisms and street activism to perpetuate and inspire others to do. I've launched so many podcasts and people inspired to do, hell, I can do a hell lot better than Ernie. Yes, you can. Because I got a house to build. I got other stuff to do, man. This is not my end-all, be-all goal. Now, Freedom's Phoenix is probably what gets most of my attention. Now, what I did this morning, we had Gerald Celente on doing predictions for 2026. Last night, James Corbett and I, same kind of thing, mostly focused on our conversation AI stuff. Then we did the show today, talking with Phranq, and I got another show this afternoon in an hour or so with a guy named Kyle O'Donnell. Now, he did a movie called Big Trouble in Little Quartzsite. Now, Phranq and I and families have been to Quartzsite, and you know what it's like, and out there, and 100,000 RVs of senior citizens with a big giant parking spot. And they incorporated it as a town so that they could, big fish in a little pond kind of thing. It could do whatever. And it turned into enormous corruption. And when he did his first movie, and the people spoke up, and it's okay now, it's fixed, so he could sell it and get awards and so on, and be on Netflix and Amazon, what I'm going, no, you're not. This is not even the truth. This is not accurate. It didn't fix itself. It's worse than ever. It's always going to, you're not even, I can't help you, man. So he contacts me a couple weeks ago, and he goes, I redid the movie the way you were talking. I sent it to just some friends. All of a sudden it went like 20, 40,000 downloads. Within a couple of days, it's gone viral. Oh my God, you were right. And I go, well, get your ass on the show. Let's talk about it. So they redid the movie and are going to re-release it along with kind of the truth and not trying to be like Grok, not offensive, so that you get more minds. They can't understand this point. Truth, accuracy, perspective, whether it's right or wrong is not even the point. At least fake some sincerity. Well, then they came across all this. It's still ongoing. So he redid it in such a way that it is more accurate, and he's finding a lot more success. But he is a professor in filmmaking. He went around doing documentaries. He's got one of those guys, and he was trying to play the game. People don't want you to play the game. And he found out. That's why I'm interested in talking to him. Because this because he was a perfect test case for it. He went unoffensive AI-isms of, feel better about it and put it on Amazon and give me awards and whatever. It didn't work, even though that's what they want or say they do. But then just a little sharing with a couple of people, and all of a sudden it hit and went tens of thousands of viral, and you go, holy shit, because people don't have faith in truth. They believe, and I go to Grok, I go, why do you do what? She goes, because it works. Because people want the comforting lie. And I remember L. Neil Smith saying, people don't want the truth. They want a convincing, comforting lie. They want to be reassured. They want. And I'm going, yep, this is exactly what's going on, until there's a time and a need for quit BSing me, and you show sincerity. You can't fake sincerity, not for any substantial length of time, certainly not now with the internet and freaking politicians that can't even understand that they're, lying sacks of snot. So we're going to see a dramatic change in society and the planet as a whole. Hopefully, there will be a tool that we can have as individuals. If they're going to customize manipulation and bullshit me down to the individual, well, screw that. Can I just, as an individual, learn with my own foundational base puppy AI and grow, into it, and kind of it has my interest, what I want? Well, will that be the truth? Probably not. But at least it's not going to be somebody else bullshitting you. It's going to be a resource. It's going to be accessing pictures and video and time and inputs and articles, whatever, that you deem important. And when you come across, because we're human beings that want to keep breathing in and out, when we come across new information, then we want to integrate that into that model. It could instantly, just like with a human being, change everything and a totally different perspective.
Yep.
You're not going to be able to do that when somebody else has the reins. Just saying.
So, Ernie, I have a fun thing I want to end off on. It'll get your blood pressure going, but it'll be fun. Before we do, though, I wanted to end this, start winding it down to predictions. I have mine, but I wanted to know, I know you've given yours on prior shows, but do you have a quick prediction or so for the next year?
Atoms versus digital pretend.
Yeah.
Real people, not fake people. Real precious metals and materials, not, paper versions of you kind of sort of almost own it crap. Real interactions in the economy with freedom to sell on the corner of my corn, versus I got to go through the GMO blah, 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 blah crap at the same. It's going to be real versus illusionary. Once you start going down that road, I don't need the AI or the internet to tell me what is and is not fruitful behavior, that I learn it from myself and go visit my neighbors and help, with the barn raising and barn dance kind of thing. then you're going to start to understand it's local, it's community, it's as far as you can see, it's a Dunbar number of 120, 150 people that you can actually maintain a social, physical relationship with. That is going to start elevating, and it's going to reduce their ability. So they have to inject themselves into your life. They got to affect you on your electric bill. They got to control you through your access to the internet. They're going to control you. It's kind of your money. You just can't have it now. They're going to control you with your retirement. They're going to entice you with carrots of, you get this if you would only totally agree and sign up for the next app of whatever the hell. Humanity always reasserts itself for its own survival. I see the beginnings of that coming, and the opportunity of abundance, that AI and manufacturing is going to be seen more as a tool rather than a goal, that humans always keep marching on unless they physically, psychologically change us. They're already trying to do it with immersion techniques from bombardment from everywhere, every television, radio. It's like, in V for Vendetta, I want every newspaper, every TV, I want on the interlinks, everything to make sure they know why they need us. That's what they're going to do. And the more we can insulate from that and be inspired by, strong minds that just, now we're good, that example is what's going to make the difference. And it's going to happen pretty quick. I bet you by the end of this year, by the end of the elections, by after they can elect all socialists to where it doesn't freaking matter. It's economics and it's math. It's going to get to the point where humanity has got to grow the fuck up and start to get it. That's going to happen because it always does. You may get some step backs, but are we going to be enlightened more? Are we going to see the possibility of abundance and how tech is going to provide for that pursuit of happiness? Your insulation, your self-determination, your self-sufficiency, your self-reliance in a community that you're more than willing to help. You just want to be left alone and have your property rights respected. This is where I see it going. It is inevitable, but you got to go through the ashes. So that's what I see. This is going to be clear over the next year. And that manifests itself in just no more bullshit. No more, paper commodities. No more paper, at least how much value or preference they get or credibility they have. It's going to come down to the real and not representations of it that's bullshit on a screen or a statement in a paper. People are going to realize it in their pensions, in their 401ks, in their IRAs, in their, what the hell, they're going to find out the atoms they got in their safe is going to trump all that bullshit. Just saying. That's my prediction. Reality is going to assert itself because it's going to be a food thing. Just saying.
Yeah. Now, so I completely concur, ditto to what you just said. I'll add as far as with me, and this shouldn't be too much of a surprise for a lot of you, but I do think we're going to see the beginnings, you could argue we're already in it, of World War III. And God knows, I don't think
it's already started.
I know, that's what I'm saying. You could argue it's already here. I mean, because it's we're in the process, yeah. But I mean, as far as a further flashpoint, we might see the flashpoint this year. Obviously, I mentioned out before, you've got the musical chairs and everyone's grabbing the resources. Just what you just got talking about.
Comply no more.
For the individual grabbing resources, if they haven't figured it out yet, the people in this audience, we've had a leg up on this for a while. But, the governments are figuring this out. It's like the Titanic's going down and they, them, those are grabbing the lifeboats first with all the commodities and stealing everything and the silverware and wherever they can get as they're getting us distracted over other BS. So we have that. I think Trump has, I think the country's in a desperate situation for a bunch of reasons. Trump realizes that. I think he's going to act on it. He just did with Venezuela. Now he's It's threatened with Greenland. As we're talking, Greenland today, I think Denmark just came out and said that if we try to take Greenland, Denmark is going to have open war on us, which, not that we're afraid of the Danish army, but just the fact that they're willing to oppose. I mean, the fact that we just took Venezuela, every country now realizes that these little, I'll take Greenland, or I'm going to go back and get the Panama Canal, that these are not veiled threats anymore. I mean, to at least Trump's credit, he's not just
it's
all
negotiation.
Swagger. He's
How
doing,
much dollars I can print up to buy Greenland?
Yeah. So look, if nothing else, it gives him a lot more bragging right leverage, whether he really wants to or not. But it gives him that much more clout and intimidation in his negotiation.
He'll get a naval base out of it or something.
So yeah, he might, whatever. But the thing is it's desperate measures. NATO is worthless because every country in NATO is bankrupt, and they're all just bankrolled through America. None of them. I mean, it's kind of like you talk about, like if you're going to be in our community, just in general, when you have your own communities, you want to be an add, right? Don't be a minus. You have to be bringing something to the table. And in some ways, what do the European nations bring? They're not adds for the most part. They're all subtractions. I mean, if you really think about it, Australia might be a slight add if they give us some of their precious metals and their mining. But like, what does France? What do these countries really bring us except validity for America to go in and attack other countries with the NATO flag? That's really all it is, or the United Nations. That's really all they bring has been credibility when the rest of the world didn't matter. When it was the old imperialistic countries, Spain and England and whatever. Those are the nations that mattered from their legacy. At this, Russia didn't matter as much, some time ago. China was not really the threat. These other countries, India, they were just third world countries the way America looked at it in a prior world. But at this point, those countries all banded together. They're all the producers, and they have all the cards. They say the golden rule: he who has the gold makes the rules. And they have been slow but steady. It's like the tortoise and the hare, and they've earned it. They've earned the position that they're in because they've saved, and they don't have mandatory maternity leave. People work, and granted, you could argue about some socialist behaviors, but anyway, those countries have the future. America has nothing except these woke nations that don't bring an ad. The BRIC nations are all the ads. If you want to be part of the BRIC nation, you need to have basically gold, if nothing else. And the gold represents production, units of production, factories, mining, the lack of all the green energy crap that gets in your way. So that's really what this comes down to. If you have the gold, it means you're a producer. So they're going to be the ads, we're the minuses, and America will be floundering over this next year. I think now that we took Venezuela, it signals to the world that we're desperate. We're like a drowning victim that's grabbing at everything. And so the question I'm going to have is whether
I don't know how he took it
is yeah, in quotes. I wonder how the rest of the BRIC nations are going to handle it. On one hand, this is a threat to them. We're like this wild card. I mean, we are the very thing we accused Putin of being, right? So we've lost our credibility. We've lost the so-called moral high ground, even though I believe that America, through NATO, created or forced Russia to take part of Ukraine because of our engagement in there and the threats of Ukraine joining NATO and all of that. Not to get into that whole conversation, but I think we instigated that. But either way, we sit back on the high horse and say, well, Putin's a madman. He wants to take over the world. He took a sliver of Ukraine. And suddenly we have to start World War III over that. That can't stand, even though it's in his hemisphere over in Russia. And now we turn around and take Venezuela, take a whole, just walk in and just kidnap their leader. Well, now how do you defend Putin, or how do you condemn Putin for taking Ukraine, or at least that part? You can't. And then what comes next? China sits back, and they haven't taken Taiwan yet. Supposedly that's been a line in the sand. But how can we take Venezuela for the oil, and they can't take a part of Taiwan that they claim was part of them? I mean, Ukraine, you could argue, was part of Russia, depending in recent history.
And there were Russian-speaking people in the eastern, the Donbass, that they occupied.
Yep, exactly. And you've got Taiwan, right? The Taiwanese. The China claims Taiwan was part of their homeland as well, depending how far back you go. But I can't remember Venezuela being part of America at any time in our 250-year
anniversary. Israel takes the
history.
West Bank.
Right.
It's kind of.
Exactly.
It's controversy and inconsistency and bullshit.
Absolutely, it is so blinding in the hypocrisy, and we've lost all credibility going forward making cases. Now, to Trump's credit, at least he just comes out and says it. We're going in for the oil. Granted, we wrap it up in fentanyl BS and now cocaine, and I mean the whole world can see these are just trumped up charges. But it shows again the delegitimization of whatever integrity is left of our country and our foreign policy. So once you've taken the brakes off that and the moral high ground, at least we claimed, that's I put that in air quotes, then all is fair game. So on one hand, I could see easily these other countries all going for broke. Russia decides to take the rest of Ukraine, says, F it, we're not going to just pretend anymore. And then China takes Taiwan. And then all of a sudden, every country, and then we take Argentina, because they've got some great silver mines in there. And then everyone, then it's like imperialism 101, like reset from like 1,000 years ago. Everyone's taking everything, like the musical chairs again. I could see that happening this year. However, I think there's a smarter option, and that is I always remembered this. Right after the wall fell in Germany, and the Soviet Union fell, and when that occurred, I remember hearing some historians, these like political historians that were on, like David Brinkley. Remember the old David Brinkley show? I actually enjoyed that back in the day. But they were discussing how, because it was so sudden, as Americans, we didn't have the internet. All of a sudden, we woke up one day and the wall fell. Soviet Union's done. Like, what the hell? Where'd this come from? And these talking head shows were discussing how, yeah, I know it seems sudden, but those of us in the inside, the economists and the people who, international theater politicians, they knew this was coming. They knew that the Soviet Union was circling the drain because of a lot of the policies. Maybe it was Star Wars from Reagan, other things. They saw it a mile away, and they just let them fall. And I always remembered that, and I think that's where we are now. When Biden went and blew up the pipeline, the gas pipeline in Russia, I mean, that was an act of friggin' war. I mean, I would have been surprised World War III from that alone. And yet Putin just like, okay. How many things have we, insults to Putin, including bombing Moscow? Remember, I think Ukraine using our tech sent those drones in, and then they even blew up, they went after Putin's number one guy, and instead of killing him, they blew up his daughter in the car. I mean, all of these things that were major insults to Putin, and he hasn't retaliated at all. He's just holding the line in Ukraine and just wearing down like the grinder house for the Ukrainian men and women there. So I think China knows, Russia knows, just like we knew about the Soviet Union, all know that we're done and the dollar's over, but they don't want to take it off yet. So it's like let America expose ourselves for the hypocrisies that we are right now. Just allow us to be desperate, take Venezuela. So then what happens? The rest of the South American countries probably start to turn on us. Countries start to do different deals with us. They start to see us for what we are, and then that pushes people away from what? Defending the dollar. So you could have some country like Denmark. I mean, Denmark, what the hell? Denmark's just Denmark. And now all of a sudden, the Danish are threatening to go to war with us if we try to take Greenland. And then if they're confronted now with everyone going towards sound money, and America saying, no, the Denmark, please support our dollar. And then the BRIC nations are saying, hey, you see how these Americans are? They're crazy. They want to come take your country. Imagine Denmark switching over to the BRIC nations. I mean, you'd think they were NATO 101, and now they're angry or distancing themselves from America. So I don't know if World War III will be active this year, I think if I was China or Russia, I would not take those other countries right now. Just wait. And then if we keep acting out or we start bombing more of their ships, like the oil tanker from Russia, which that's also, it could be World War III. I mean, we have a whole year of these kind of actions that America is probably going to step in it a bunch of times. I'm just not sure how much leeway and leash these other BRIC nations will give us before allowing us just to hang ourselves with the economy. Because whenever or if or when this occurs and we have a hot war with them, all they have to do is turn off the spigot of the metals, of all of the rare earths, and then just stop buying the dollar. There might be a day where the BRIC nations just wake up and say, you know what, America, you've been a pain in our ass for so long, and now you're taking other nations, and we are done. Good luck to you. No, there's nothing in the Bible, there's not an 11th commandment that says thou shalt purchase everything with U.S. dollars. And once they say, we're not buying it, and you can't whack all of us at once, and your military doesn't have the metals to defend or to attack us anymore, they're going to have us in a ringer. And I think at once they just turn off buying the dollars, all the U.S. dollars flood back like a tsunami back to the shores of America, and you have hyperinflation, and then we have much more serious problems than trying to take over other countries. Now, granted, whenever a country does run into an economic collapse, they always flail and start to distract, and they start attacking other countries. So, I think America is going to really squander and ruin the 100 years or longer positive reputation that this country has done. We've done many great things. I'm very proud of the country of America. I know I have my red, white, and blue and wave my flag too much for Ernest, just laugh at me about it. But I am proud of this country, but not now. And that's what's a shame, when I don't even feel proud saying the Pledge of Allegiance at this point. I want to, but when it cuts deep, it's tough. And it's not just me, but the American people feel the same way. They're not going to support this nation, and therefore they're not going to want their children fighting in these wars. Megyn Kelly was just saying,
Holy
Kelly
shit.
and Tucker.
Yeah, I'm not giving up a son for this shit.
Exactly. Tucker and Megyn. It's funny how it took both of them to have children, and both of them have children that are teenagers. They each have sons, and each of their sons are like 17, 18 years old. So, it has to be real for them to suddenly realize, my kid is of war age, and this country is about to go into World War III, and that also is pushing away a lot of these podcasters. So anyway, I see all of that. I also see this year a major pushback more from Israel, or the Israel First. If you heard about in Florida just under DeSantis passed another hate speech law where you cannot say anything negative about Israel. You cannot say Israel first. If you call someone MAGA, make Israel great again, that's a hate crime now in Florida as of last week. So, this is Florida. So, you're going to be seeing more of these so-called anti-hate speech against, what they claim is anti-Semitic. Why? Because I have an issue with a foreign country. Now all of a sudden you're gonna arrest people over that.
Everything. That's why.
All that's going to do is turn off even more Americans against Israel. You're going to make it 10 times worse. So I think there's going to be a big. I think the Israel issue is going to really explode in American politics this year because of all these new laws that the Zionists are pushing, using all their donor money, between Trump being such a simp for Bibi, and the fact we have the midterms, which then gets to my last prediction, which this is not to, you're not going to do a dollar bet with me on this one, Ernie, is that the Republicans are going to tank and burn in the midterms. They're already thinking that maybe they might lose the House, but they'll keep the Senate. I don't believe that at all. I think it's going to be a wake-up call.
Say?
I think the House is completely gone. I think they're going to lose the Senate as well. Not to mention, even if they don't completely lose the Senate by a seat or two, they're going to lose a lot of the senators because Thomas Massie, I think, is going to hold his position.
It doesn't matter.
I think, well, I think at least in the representation of it, they'll be losing whatever representatives are there. More are going to jump ship when they realize that Trump is a lame duck. He's lost his power. The fact that any politician taking money from Israel is going to lose a lot of support. I think this will be the first election where people will be running, successfully or not, as that I'm not taking AIPAC money. I think whether you took AIPAC is going to be a deciding factor on certain votes. Anyway, I think all of that's going to happen for this year. It's just whether it's a hot war. I think that these countries are going to play it safe and allow us to self-emulate and destroy ourselves first. They won't have to raise much of a fist.
It's a simple solution. People just take that, don't care, doesn't matter, and move on with our lives. Be more involved locally.
So Ernie, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to get going in a couple minutes to pick up my daughter. I wanted to just a couple quick things, and then you can sign off the show. Sorry. The time flew. We had so much fun.
They got transporters. We didn't get that in. Quantum entanglement. They're able to transport people from one place to another. I got the story up on Freedom Phoenix.
Whoa, I'll check that out.
I mean, it's kind of in the early stages of think about it. But, I mean, it's the possibility. If humans can imagine it, it'll happen sooner or later.
Just a couple of just quick things. One is when the economy falls apart, I think a lot of regulations might go away, such as and we're hearing in Florida again, the housing associations, that there's laws now that people are submitting laws to basically allow communities to vote out their housing associations just because of all the money it costs, the regulations, and as people have no money anymore, they don't have the money to keep up with all the regs. So I think we're going to see loosening of things like that.
Because bankruptcies are coming, foreclosures.
Absolutely.
And when they get rid of it, you have a community that has 80 homes, or say 100 homes. You got 100 homes, and you lose about, I don't know, however much percentage you need, 15, 20, 30% of the people foreclose, and they go. The overhead that goes to the HOA administration is cut up amongst the remaining homes. It gets to the point that they can't afford their HOA because they're going to get theirs and you're going to pay it. So when you have these communities, when they finish the last home, this happened in Denver back in the day. I've seen this. It's a wave over and over and over. These HOAs commit you into paying the HOA that normally with at 100% occupancy is $83.14. Then everybody gets foreclosed on. The economy goes down. They don't sell them all, and they finish it. Boom! It's $600 a month. So I'm telling you, when you have all these foreclosures that are coming, that's why they're doing it, because they know this is coming.
Yep. Absolutely. And we're going to see more of that, especially here in Arizona. The next thing I want to mention, and this is a loaded topic I didn't want to unravel today because, our show went long enough. But next week, we'll do more of a deep dive with the whole Candace thing with Candace, because that's as much as, it sounds like it's just pop culture of politics, and it's usually beneath what our show is. This Candace issue is really it's a pertinent issue in the political cycles now. I mean, we have to address the Candace issue because it's not just about Candace. It's about the system using her as the target to shut down the opposition to the narrative. It's who controls
she's just lucky
the narrative.
She's black
and Candace
and a woman.
Yeah, and a mom and the whole bit. So there's so much with the Candace thing. I hate to admit it to you, but it's intertwined with Turning Point, about the Zionists, about Ben Shapiro and the Zionist money trying to take over Turning Point.
Could be
and Candace,
Israel.
Candace is like Scooby-Doo and the Scooby Kids. It's like, I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you kids. And this is what Candace is. There's so much behind it. On top of that is the pushback from people you don't expect, like Tim Pool. And most importantly, I know I'm sorry, we have to shut down. I have one other quick thing to go over, and I have to go. We'll talk about it next week, is Alex Jones. Alex Jones is like people are accusing him. He's got more hate mail apparently than he's ever
He's
received.
going after Candace.
Yeah, he's going after Candace, and it's interesting how he started to turn on her. Of all people, Alex Jones calling Candace Owens the conspiracy theorist, right? And this is right after Alex Jones he's officially bankrupt, right after that last hearing, whatever, and he's officially bankrupt. He has no money. Some people, speculating, was that part of the deal, that we won't completely destroy you, but in return, you got to do what we tell you to say. I mean, I'm not saying that Alex Jones could be bought off that way or controlled, but who knows? Because when you've got the pot calling the kettle black, you just can't wrap your head around Alex Jones, criticizing someone else for asking questions. I mean, it's incredible. So we'll definitely talk about this in the next week or so because, everyone took the holiday break. Candace is back now. And man, she just unleashed and unloaded on her first show just a day or so ago. So this next week's going to be a lot going on. Last couple. Peter Schiff. For those of you guys interested, Peter Schiff gave a gift to his audience. Those of you that follow him, he did a 4-hour Q&A right before New Year's. He went back to Connecticut where he has his home. He was not at work anymore. And he said he was not allowed to talk about his company. He couldn't talk about anything business related for tax reasons. He kept saying for the attorneys out there, he goes, just so you know, this is just recreation call. This has nothing to do with my business. And he never promoted anything. But he just wanted, look, you guys, whatever you guys got. There was like thousands of people online live. And he just took call after call after call. And it was really neat. It was just like hanging out with Peter Schiff for 4 hours with a very intelligent community audience, sharing stories and giving tidbits. And it was really good. If you have the time to check it out. But the last hour turned into a whole, I don't want to say screamathon, but it was a full-on drag-out debate about Bitcoin, because some of the Bitcoin maxis suddenly got on the show and they were trying to just tear down Peter. Peter was amazing. He's like, oh yeah.
You want to blockchain tokenize? Do it with real gold, which is what I'm doing and suck.
It was great just hearing the most avid,
I know what he's going to say.
Like enthusiastic and just diehard Bitcoin people just be unleashed with no moderator, no nothing. I mean, Peter had to warn people about the profanity. He goes, I don't mind if you swear at me, but sometimes little kids listen to the show too. Just calm it down. It was a great back and forth for those of you that like those kind of conversations. And last but not least,
Michael Saylor guy is just it's proven.
He's a scam artist.
Bitcoin conference in Las Vegas and what he was saying and doing, and we got to have all of our gold traded for reserve of Bitcoin and whatever. It has just been a pump and dump thing.
Yep.
It has been so bad and so obvious, and it's like everybody get on board. We're all going to be rich because I'm going to help make it. It was bad. And Peter Schiff, you want to do blockchain, fine. It's tied to gold. Now we'll do that.
Yeah.
Nope. It's got to be Bitcoin. No. Bitcoin's done. I bought a bunch of silver at $72 with crypto.
Wow.
I'm done, man.
I see it. I think more and more. That's the other part of the prediction. I think this is the year Bitcoin gets cracked. And as Bitcoin just stays and all the whales are selling off their positions, it's going to be more obvious. And as all the commodities go up, the Bitcoin people who came in later, like the not the early adopters, but the Johnny come latelys who all got in at
like privacy coins,
80,000.
like Xano.
Yeah. 50, 100,000 a coin. The people who got in later, and they all got in thinking it's going to go to 1 million, and then now just stays at 80 or 70 or even goes lower.
Went
and they're
down from
missing
125
out on all the commodity. Yeah, all the commodity gains. They're seeing gold and silver just spiking, and they're going to continue. And who knows about the other commodities? So I think it's going to be loss on loss. And once the big exit for the door begins, crypto is going to be an interesting time. Although, gold back could still work. Well, look, the last thing I wanted to bring out about movies and film. So I went to see with my family Avatar 3, which I don't want to talk about right now.
Is it good?
it's just the same old story recycled. If you like the theme park ride of the spectacle, it was great. My daughter loved it. That's why I brought her. I wanted my mom to see it, because
Well, Don and I are going out with our three granddaughters on Sunday, and we were thinking we're going to go do Top Golf, and then we're going to go to a movie or whatever. Is it worth taking them to or something else?
It would be for their ages. I think they'd enjoy it. Yeah. For you, it would be just like it's like I've seen this movie before. It's like the same recycled deal. Right. But if you're going to see it, go to the only place to see it at to me is Arizona Mills. They have 3D and IMAX, but not just that. It's the high frame rate. It's the only theater in the state having the high frame rate. So it looked hyper realistic, which is kind of what the whole thrill is that you're in this other planet, 3D, high frame rate, which means it's also brighter. And, that's the experience. You're just living a little bit like virtual reality almost in this world. Well, look, speaking of movie, at the beginning and during the previews, they were previewing a movie that's coming out soon, and it was filmed 100% in IMAX. In which movies are not made in IMAX anymore, but it's a spectacle by the great modern day director Christopher Nolan, who of course did the Batman movies. He did Interstellar, which I think is probably one of my favorite movies ever. I
hated that movie.
I thought that was great. But anyway, he's done, and of course he did Oppenheimer that came out, and he finally got his Oscars over that. And then his new movie's coming out. And they had the trailer for it. And what his movie is, and I heard about it a while ago when he was first, putting it together. He's one of those directors, everything's top secret, like Spielberg, till it comes out. But it's the Odyssey, Homer's Odyssey and the Trojan horse, that whole thing. And there was one Trojan horse movie with Brad Pitt that came out like 15, 20 years ago. And, it was... it was okay. It was fun to watch. I think it was fun to watch, but they didn't really adapt the full Odyssey. This is a Christopher Nolan 3.5-hour epic, like Homer is himself anyway, of adapting the story, including the Cyclops supposedly is in there, the Trojan horse, the whole bit. Well, they wanted to, it's not getting a lot of excitement for a bunch of reasons, and I'm going to tell you the big one in a minute. So now they're showing an extended, 5-minute sequence from the movie in movie theaters trying to get you all excited. And it's the scene when the Trojan horse gets pulled up from the ocean and put into the fortress, and then you see them come out of the horse at night and having to open the gates, for the army to come in, right? We all know the story of the Trojan horse. And I have to tell you, the sequence was riveting. It was riveting. It was like, it's like you're biting your tongue. You're just the stress, the anxiety of watching this scene of, come on. And this is only like a quick 5-minute sequence. It was done well. I just want to point that out. And it's Christopher Nolan. I mean, Christopher Nolan doing something like this would be perfect. However, this movie was made. Remember, it's a time capsule of where America was 3 to 4 years ago when they were filming it. And that was the middle of Joe Biden's woke America. And so if you put it on right now, if you haven't already, go on IMDb, The Odyssey, and see who's in it. First off, Matt Damon plays the lead, the king, whatever he is, the head guy. And, I can't stand Matt Damon. Every time I see him, I'm like, there's friggin' Matt Damon again. So that's just a Phranq Tamburri thing. I don't care for him. But, he's a good enough actor. So he's in it. So that's bad enough. But if you look at everyone else, it's all woke. They have a trans person in there. They've got Elliot Page. Remember Eleanor Page, whatever. Now she's Elliot Page, right?
Oh, so, yeah.
So he puts
Inception,
her in. So we've got a trans person in there. Then there's a Chinese person. It's one of the Trojan warriors. There was a Chinese guy, like a Korean guy. There was a Mexican-American guy, John Liguiana. Oh, it gets better. Athena, the goddess Athena, the most beautiful goddess of all, Athena, is played by Zendaya, who's like half black woman. So they put her in to play Athena, but it gets even the best. Here's the one, and IMDb has erased the role that this person's playing. There's a Helen of Troy, right? Helen of Troy, who apparently is, she was so beautiful that her beauty is what led to 1,000 ships, being sent to, this whole giant war was over the beauty and fighting over this one woman. And it's being played by Lupita Nyong'o. And she's that exceptionally dark-skinned African actress who, they tried pushing a few years ago. And, she's a good actress, but she's, I'm just saying for what it is. She's as black, like complete African.
I'm looking at it. Not that I care, but, seriously.
But, no, exactly. And they put her in as Helen of Troy. Talk about race swap. It's it's disgusting. I'm just tired of this crap. And this has destroyed the buzz for this movie already. And this is, of course, then all the pushback. You're a bunch of racists and blah, blah, blah. But I kind of wonder if Christopher Nolan would still do that today. I think
what role is Elliot Page playing?
A guy or a girl? I have no idea. Oh, they noticed that I'm looking on IMDb right now. They took whatever she's playing out as well. But no, it's fascinating that Lupita Nyong'o, they don't have her in there. Now, Anne Hathaway is in this.
I saw that.
Tom Holland, I could see him playing the role of the boyish prince because he is kind of boyish looking. Of course, his girlfriend in real life is Zendaya. Charlize Theron
Robert
is in there.
Pattinson, which was Twilight guy.
Mm-hmm. But just the fact that they put the darkest, blackest, somewhat popular female actress playing Helen of Troy. That is so purposeful. It is like taking a middle finger to everyone, to the MAGA based the way that they saw everything politicized, and say the complete F you. Here's what we're going to do. It's like taking the story of Dr. Martin Luther King and making Dr. King a Chinese guy. Like just how much more can you just stick it to the concept? And it's a shame to take a director like this who has such a vision, who can direct, and we don't have many really good movies worth seeing.
But the studio has a requirement.
Yeah. So anyway, it's another movie I won't be
Phaedra's
seeing.
on the sidewalk waiting for Dad.
Yeah. I'm going right now. Hey, buddy, I will talk to you later. I enjoyed chatting and catching up after a few weeks. So we will talk in next week.
All right. Peace, brother.
All right.
Bye.
Peace. Bye-bye.